Now broadcasting from the Next Gen Conservative Studio in sunny South Florida, bringing you the latest in politics, current events, and pop culture. This is the Whitfield Report with Sam Whitfield.
Yes, genius. I know that I am white and crippled, but election results take forever, so I'm in no particular rush. But to people watching this, welcome to the show. And we have quite a packed panel tonight already. We have Genius Anus joining us again. We have Max Sand, and we have Sumley, who I don't think I've met before. I possibly want to gilded. Oh yeah, Smooly. I guess.
Yes, and I think you being late has already crippled the show.
Well,
why are you gonna come in with such a lame joke?
I never have a lame joke, okay?
Smooly fit in really well around here because there's already a fucking handicap accessible ramp.
Well, I was just saying that, like, I needed to put alarm clocks and wheelchairs in the chat before you came and, call you lateler.
I'm already sitting down, so
Late.
But anyway,
you're later than those 3 a.m. ballots.
Well, hold on. I'm not that late.
Hey, but the thing about the 3 a.m. ballots, they might be late, but they're consistent. They're there every time.
True.
Yeah.
And lots of them.
Yeah, lots of them. Fortunately, though, that's not the case in Florida because right before I took the show, right before I came here for the show, it's already apparent that DeSantis won re-election for governor in Florida. It wasn't that much of a surprise, but they did catch people trying to stuff ballot boxes in Miami-Dade County. So, that's par for the course in Miami, I guess. But anyway, yeah, Florida's looking good so far. As far as the rest of the country, I don't know whose election map are you going off of? I was going off of the New York Times's map, but
I'm on Politico.
Retarded.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at either of them at this point because I was just watching Twitter.
Yeah, I was watching Sticks, but I'm on Politico's site, and they've got the Senate at 4140 right now.
I know that Greg Abbott has also defeated Beto O'Rourke in Texas, as far as what I've
No
seen.
surprise on that.
Man, that's a shocker. I never saw that coming at all.
Now, the Pennsylvania race between Oz and Fetterman is particularly interesting to me.
Dude, it was interesting a while ago because I think on Politico where they had that race up, 8% of the vote in, Fetterman was winning 76 to like fucking 14. I'm like, how?
Well, my hope is that Fetterman actually wins.
Why is that? I mean,
well, would you rather have a Democrat who's going to vote with the Democrats, or would you rather have a Republican who was down with the whole COVID regime, anti-gun, Hollywood type? Would you rather have another McCain, another person who's going to come in and like do this milquetoast nonsense? Would you rather have another Mitt Romney, or would you rather have a Democrat who can't even keep the talking points correct in his head?
It may be a low-hanging fruit, but are you trying to say that Dr. Oz is more left-leaning than a fucking stroke victim?
Yes.
Hello, good night.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think that the main problem for Fetterman was that his ideas were way too highbrow, that a lot of plebes didn't get them. Like, a lot of people criticized him for wearing like Carhartt hoodies. right? Because it's like, oh, well, he's placating to the working class. Like, no, he's making fun of them. He was mocking them.
I
That might be
want to
true.
know how that guy even got as far as he did. Like I feel like even if he doesn't win, we should give him credit for you know he had a stroke like
Sam's
only
like,
about
us
a few
cripples got
years
to stick
ago.
together.
And now he conned his way into the now he conned his way into the into
State
the governor
House.
into the state house. I almost said the
You
White
know,
House,
it's
but
the
no,
age-old battle, man. Cripples versus doctors.
Well, look, if Biden runs for re-election, like Fetterman can be the VP.
well, at this point, at this point, I'm pretty sure Biden is having a stroke actively.
That's what I'm-
I'd love to see the two of them having a conversation.
That sounds like a whole lot of left-hand turns and getting nowhere.
But no, I mean, sometimes when it comes to elections, the person who you think like knee jerk, like, oh, I agree with, is not the one that's actually good long term, right?
I'm just curious to see who's going to replace Biden now, because I mean he's not going to be running in 24.
It's starting
I'm not
to
so
sound
sure.
like they want to run him in 2024.
Yeah, I'm not.
I
so
was
sure.
with you until very recently. That they've been kind of. I think they're in the same boat in 2024 that they were in 2020, where it's like they're facing the prospect of it being Trump. And why did the left go with Biden in 2020? Because they thought he was the only one they thought stood a chance against Trump. So I think they might actually run him again.
No, I think you're wrong on that. I think they chose Biden because he was the only Democrat running in the race that could win against Trump. True, but he was also the only one that was so mentally fucking gone that they could control him easier than anyone else. Everyone else had their own
And
little
so
shit they wanted to do.
you gotta make him run again then if you can control him,
He can't control his bowels. How hard could it be to control him?
I mean,
Yeah.
in terms of the movement, right now, this is very cynical type thinking. But like in terms of like the populist, movement that we have going on behind Trump, I don't think that Biden's presidency has been particularly bad for us long term strategically.
No, it's been fantastic.
Yeah.
Actually.
Now, I wouldn't wish it upon our country. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I was wanting to put the caveat. It's been disastrous for our country, our economy, our fucking children, our pretty much everything.
My goddamn fucking wallet.
That's why it's good for us strategically, right?
Wait, people care about children still? I wasn't aware of that.
It's funny because Shmuley and I I think it was actually January 6th. We were watching January 6th go down. We were laughing at the whole thing because it was silly, right? And we had said, well, okay, so the Democrats are going to get in. This will be good for us long term. That was exactly what we said on January 6th. Like, because they just feel like that they had, not only did they have the electoral mandate, right, that they won the whole government, but then they also had January 6th. And so they thought they were invincible. And lo and behold, what have they done? They fucking persecuted people that are their political opponents with the federal government. They fucking overstepped on the economy. Joe Biden seems to actually believe in getting rid of fossil fuels and coal and all that. I don't think that that's just something he's saying. Actually, for once, a politician, I think, from the left believes one thing that he's talking about. And I think it's because he thinks it's an achievable goal and he doesn't care about the damage that it causes if he can be the one to say it, because they have their cult, their religion of climate change.
Well,
And so we knew that all this is going to demoralize people, and what's going to end up happening. Well, I said it then. Why do you think I went out and got a Trump 2024 let's take America back fucking flag long before anybody was certain he was going to run? Because I think that's what this all leads to. Democrats were given the entire reins of control in our government. And how's everybody doing? Is everybody doing great? You know, you fucking richer, you happier, you fucking got less problems to worry about? I don't think so. I think across
Are you
the board,
tired of winning yet?
yeah, this is Joe Biden's America. This is what, you know, you got what you fucking paid for, or was paid for by ballot trucks at 3 a.m., whichever you believe.
yep.
But you get this. This is it's a level of like extreme competence at destroying things that they seek to destroy, and complete lack of competence at maintaining anything else.
But Max, he just said yesterday that gas prices are the lowest they've been since like July. So, you know,
Yeah.
that's improvement, right?
Well, I want to
Right.
say I predicted wrongly over on my Rumble channel earlier this year. I said summer we'd probably see $10 gas. Now I figured that what I could do is take a win if California and New York got over $10. I could say, see, I was right. It got pretty fucking close to that. Right? It got pretty close to that in some places. And that's crazy because everybody remembers that 2.5-3 years ago, it was less than $2 a gallon for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, part of that was because during the pandemic, people weren't going anywhere because we weren't allowed to. That's the other thing. There was that, and Genius Anus and I talked about this the other night. There was that. Now the left is trying to do this whole, we need amnesty.
Pandemic
like,
amnesty, yeah.
Yeah, we need pandemic amnesty. We need to forgive each other for what was said during the pandemic. We all need to get along.
And
Yeah,
I say, fuck you. Here's your scarlet letter. Take that fucking L.
Well, what I find most amusing about that is why would I feel guilty about anything I said during the COVID pandemic? During the COVID pandemic, I was consistently right when the corporate press was consistently wrong, and I was also right when the internet schizos were going off about vaccines killing everybody, and I said that wasn't true.
Yeah,
because
that's because it's one-sided too.
I looked into the data. I looked at the peer-reviewed studies. I used my common sense, and I was correct every step of the way.
We bring up a good point. We don't have to apologize for what we said because we were fucking right.
Yes.
But their thing is they're saying we got it all wrong without saying that they got it all wrong. It's have your cake and eat it too scenario.
Well, I think there does need to be a level of like amends made, but it's on the right to the right, and that and what I mean by that is the anti-vaxxers got to let go of the people that chose to get the vaccine, because it's 80. Like here's the reality, guys. 80% of registered Republicans got the vaccine, so it's not actually a big Republican issue. It's just that the voices that talk about politics a lot more tended to be on the side that didn't take it at all.
Yeah.
If you're okay with it being people's choice is one thing, right? If people made that fucking choice is fine. You don't need to fucking hate on people. Because I got the vaccine. I'm anti-mask. I'm anti everything else. But I went and fucking got it.
It wasn't.
I didn't get the boosters though. That's stupid.
Yeah, I have no problem with people. I have no problem with people who got the vax.
Matt Sanders like, you know what? I'll get the holographic fucking Charizard, but I don't gotta catch them all, motherfucker.
Well, if you'll notice, well, I don't know how much we can get into this on YouTube. I assume that now it's kosher, right?
I'm on Odyssey. I'm live streaming on Odyssey too, just in case.
Well, I just wanted to say that if you look at, this is my understanding from what I've read, if you look at the initial vaccine, the claims made by Pfizer, Moderna, all these vaccines were safe and effective. When it comes to the boosters, they said this vaccine is safe.
Well,
Where's the effectiveness?
My thing is this: since day one, my stance has always been the same. You don't force people to take the vaccine. Right?
Yeah,
I stand by that. I don't
And you can't
believe
compel
anything.
people to speak either. That's
don't-
fucking First and Fifth Amendment. You can't compel people to speak.
Yeah,
That
but
was my
that's
thing.
not
I was
the
like,
point.
if you want to get the vaccine, get the vaccine. If your work tells you to prove that you have the vaccine, tell them to go fuck themselves. It's none of their business.
Yeah, that's like HIPAA law shit, and like that's your personal medical information.
Yeah,
And-
that's
and
you.
So
That's your personal shit.
I'm on the side of anti-vaxxers in principle, but I take a lot of shit from them because I say, look, I don't think it's fucking like a genocidal conspiracy. I think at most, I think that some of them being rushed do tend to have an injury
Well,
quotient.
yeah,
right?
and I brought this up on Whitfield Report this weekend. I was like, there's a big fucking difference between the polio vaccine and the fucking COVID vaccine. The polio vaccine has 80 plus years of efficacy and data and statistics and proof that it works. The COVID vaccine was brewed up 4 months in a lab by 5 different fucking groups. Okay,
True.
like I'm not going to be the first person to jab that in my fucking arm.
So when do we get to the part of the show where we go down itemized results of the elections and deny them?
Do we have to?
We'll start with Alaska. We'll do it alphabetically.
Well, it's not even 10 p.m. yet. Knowing how
Okay.
elections will go, we could be.
We're only going to have the obvious ones at this point.
Yeah,
Right
we're
now,
only
the
gonna have
biggest
obvious
thing
ones
I'm watching is the Senate. Control of the Senate is probably the only thing worth watching because I'm predicting a 55-45 split in favor of Republicans on the Senate. Currently,
Yeah.
I'm refreshing Politico, but right before I refreshed, it was still at 41-40 in favor of the Democrats, which is not going to hold.
Well, I mean, yeah, the thing is even if they get the Senate and the House, you gotta keep in mind now that it's election day and the fucking hype is kind of chilling out. You got to remember that this is the long game because we're not gonna get 60 in the fucking Senate. That's never gonna happen. And so, thus, Joe Biden can veto anything that they fucking pass. So they have to figure out things that they can either work on. And
Yeah, but it makes the next 2 years lame duck.
That's the point. Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Run out the clock to 2024, which is when you could move things in a better direction.
Which is a feature, not a bug of the American political system. Like that's what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
People are always like, "Oh, progress, progress." The American government system is actually meant for gridlock. It's built from the ground up to be gridlock most of the time.
Yeah, because that's the whole idea of oppositional governance, right?
Yep.
And being able to have representatives and like a judicial system where you have somebody speak for you as well. Like these things are important. And
that's also why we basically
democracy.
have 3. That's also why we have basically 3 forms of governance all put together. We have the House, which is democracy. We have the Senate, which is a republic, and then we have the presidency, which is the monarchy. And we have them all stacked on top of each other with checks and balances and shit because each one of them is really good at one specific thing.
Well, and we have the House of Lords judicial system, right?
Yeah.
As well, which
Well,
is the Supreme Court. Like we take all the things that work and have them fucking fight with each other, and it's supposed to be in a constant state of fucking like autistic, fighting over little things.
Yeah.
I was gonna just correct you real quick. You said republic when I think you meant oligarchy, right?
Yeah.
No, the Senate does represent the republic.
How so?
Well, because the very idea is the foundation of a republic. It's
based off of greed.
Oh,
yeah.
federalism.
was Rome a republic? Right. Because it had a Senate.
America is a constitutional republic. That is, we are a republic with a constitution that both have equal
Yeah, but you're saying
value
the
in the
three
system.
forms of government. I was kind of confused by what you meant by republic there, right?
Well, the Roman Senate was an oligarchy, and
But-
our Senate kind of was initially,
Yeah.
actually, because it wasn't representational. It used to be that the party in charge, I believe, it was the governor, appointed the Senate,
Yes.
the senators,
Yeah,
right?
until the Electoral College became a thing, I believe.
No, it was
No.
even through that. But what happened was they put it to a vote and decided to do representational for the Senate as well, because there's just so many more people now in most states, so it's a much more important position to the everyman or whatever. And that's why we have that. But yeah, initially it was basically like an oligarchy because your governor won your state, so your governor gets to pick his two
Yeah.
senators.
I understand if it was a bit of an autistic point, but like the three forms of government are basically like monarchy, democracy, and oligarchy, right? Of some form.
The republic is even before all of them.
Yeah,
And what I'm saying is, on paper, America is a constitutional republic. And that's literally what we are. But what I'm saying is the way we built this constitutional republic was we took, like Matt said, we took what worked from all these other different forms and we melded them together and made them fight each other. So the House is the voice of the people. That's why there's so many of them. That's why it's tied to the population.
Yeah, I agree. It's supposed to be
Everything has to be in explicit autistic detail.
Mm-hmm.
And that is part of the problem with the system now, is that the electorate isn't informed or engaged enough to understand. Like, most of what government does is shit you never ever see or know about or hear about. And I don't mean that in like a conspiratorial way. I mean that in it's so mundane, bureaucratic bullshit way.
I mean, do you really want to sit in a 4-hour meeting about where your fucking poop goes after you flush the toilet? That's government.
Right. And they're doing that all the fucking time, and that's basically built into the cake. That's what people don't see in governance. Like, there is there's the kind of, I guess, glamorous politician life where they're all vying for attention or whatever in these big races and they're on TV and shit. But like on the local level, governance is arguing about trash pickup and how big your barrel can be.
Yeah, like arguing about how big the banner is going to be in the drag queen story hour at the school.
Yeah, shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's how they get that shit in, because nobody wants to do this boring fucking shit. This is how the left got into all these institutions of power, is because the right doesn't have a taste for bureaucracy, right? But that's the nature of the fucking beast. And so they adapted really well to it. And then they started by saying, we're going to raise pay for these people over here and give these people benefits. And the next thing, they're planning drag queen story hour. Right? It was a
Politico just updated the Senate to 42-40, still in favor of the Democrats.
They got all those positions because they were willing to do that mundane work. And that's what I'm trying to get at is, if you're want to oppose that, you got to be willing to get in the muck and do some of this like bullshit work.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of like elections these days are just like, it's basically pro wrestling is all it is. It's it's all showmanship, but people are not interested in the daily mundane congressional meetings or whatever. If you ever watched C-SPAN or anything, it's boring as hell. It's not entertaining at all.
Okay, so they're saying that Mullen won for U.S. Senator in Oklahoma under the special election. I deny that.
God damn it.
Who won in Oklahoma?
Mullen. I
Mullen.
deny it. No way.
Let's see.
Yeah,
The
no.
House is 47 to 83 favoring Republicans so far.
That's
Hey,
also
Sam.
why Republicans have stepped up big in the last couple of years, I wanted to say, because they've gotten involved in a lot of elections committees and stuff, and that's been huge. Getting in there at the ground level, doing this again, very like mundane, bureaucratic fucking work that needs to be done.
What do you think,
Yeah.
Sam?
I mean, Oklahoma. If they're going blue, yeah, I'm gonna deny.
They're going red. It says.
Well,
It's
that's no
Mullen.
surprise. It's Oklahoma.
Yeah, with 64% of the vote.
In Pennsylvania right now, Politico has 28% of the vote in, with Fetterman beating Oz 53.6 to 44 points. Wait, it just updated again, 53.1 to 44.6. So Fetterman is currently in the lead, but it's only like 30% of the vote in.
29% of the vote, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I think that yeah, while having Dr. Oz win would
That would be funny.
it would be funny.
You have to
But-
admit. You have to admit the TV doctor winning is funny.
And that's what makes this race so contentious for me because
Because whoever wins
could go
is
either
funny.
way.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, Michigan, Whitmer is currently winning over Dixon. 13% of the vote in, 53.9 to 44.6. That better not be a close race. I don't want somebody to have to pretend to kidnap her again for some fucking political points.
I am actually going to call that. I am actually going to call bullshit. Well, unless you count that Detroit is probably where she's getting all her numbers from.
Mm-hmm.
But like most northern Michiganders, which is where my family is from, they're all conservative. So,
I would imagine it's cold and snowy out there, and not a lot of fucking big cities. Am I right?
not in northern Michigan, but
Yeah.
but yeah, Detroit is a whole. Well, I mean, Detroit's a shithole.
I've been
You know,
to
that-
Detroit, and that's exactly how I would describe it. Yeah, it's a shithole, and it's probably.
Hey,
I went to Detroit
Smoley.
20 years ago, so it's probably
Yes.
way worse.
Who was that in Oklahoma you were talking about?
Mullen.
Yeah, Politico was at him. We set him at 63.2% to 34% for the Democrats. 63% reporting.
Yeah. It's gonna win. Mullen's gonna win. I'm pretty confident.
But did you say that Horn was shown winning somewhere?
No. I just was denying the outcome of that election.
Oh, okay. No, I know. The only thing I know about Oklahoma is that there's a musical about it and fucking lots of Indians and casinos.
Is there anything else that we need to know about Oklahoma? Really?
Yeah,
Not really.
Oklahoma is some fucking cowboy shit. That's it. And that's true.
You know, you might be right. Cowboy Kent Rollins is from Oklahoma.
I mean, he's one of my favorite YouTubers, but I mean, he's never like gotten political.
Man, that cornbread will make you dance. I tell you what.
Apparently, everything he makes will make you dance. So,
Well, favorite video is he's just standing there and all of a sudden his fucking entire set and tent behind him just blows away. He's like, yeah, that's that Oklahoma wind, that is. Just like, careful, you ain't Kansas no more.
yeah.
But I tend.
Well,
Go ahead, speak.
At least he's not Sam. At least he's not politically incorrect like Sam the cooking guy who will dress and drag like Paula Dean and get the the tranny mob upset. So
I don't know what it is about people that cook with a weird accent or fucking, shit like that. But Cowboy Kent Rollins and Stale Cracker are like, I waste so much fucking time in the day just watching them fucking cook whatever the fuck.
Cooking channels on YouTube just in general are the most entertaining thing. I've gone down rabbit holes where it's like, damn, that's good. Well, fuck, I'm never gonna make this, but damn it, I'm gonna watch this person make it. Damn it.
Right?
See, Shmuley's on another level. Shmuley, you like to watch that guy taste old fucking cans of food, right?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
I've seen him too, where he does the old MREs.
Post 10. No, I think you're thinking of a different guy. This guy's also done that, but he does expired food. I think his name is Post 10 on YouTube.
Oh,
now.
I've heard of him too.
Yeah, he unclogs like storm drains and stuff like that as well. He's a man of many hobbies.
This guy is crazy. He's like at this like turbo autism that's amazing to watch. So he buys this food, and I'm talking like 25-year-old cans of food plus, in some cases, and he at least opens it. He doesn't always eat it, and then he dumps it down this like crazy sink that he's got, and like he's obsessed with storm drains and clogging out fucking the drains. So he goes around the woods in his area and just knocks out like beavers' nests and shit in storm drains.
Yeah,
and it's intensely entertaining to watch, and I don't know why.
How many times has he caught botulism?
I don't know. I think he's gotten badly sick one time.
Yeah, he tests everything with like, that's another part of like the TISM. He has like heavy metal testing, and he tests everything with the most like advanced tests he can buy.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's kind of like those hydraulic press channels. You just wonder where the fuck these people come from.
I like the esoteric side of YouTube. Okay.
Yeah.
I've also been watching this guy that debunks tool hack videos. And it's watching this one where the dude took a circular saw and like bolted it to a thing, but the dude's missed a finger. He's like, you're making a finger amputator. At least we know it works.
I'm a bit confused as to how one can donate Shiba coins to you, Sam.
Shiba coins.
Shiba coins?
Yeah, where's your Shiba coin wallet?
I believe Cash App takes crypto.
Okay, well, you need to shill it. You need to shill your Cash App then, I guess.
Cash App /$ Sam Whitfield, all one word. I have it in the I have everything linked down in the description. So
okay.
Let me I have a feeling it's going to be a slow night since elections take forever. So let me turn on Streamlabs donations so that people can drop their favorite game awards.
Well, they can even super chat to you what elections they want you to deny.
Yeah.
Like what races?
That's basic.
Okay.
Denying the election in real time is a great concept.
Yeah.
That's something nobody else is going to be doing, I'll tell you what.
What's the price? I think it should be like $5 for a Senate race, like $15 for a governor.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
Yeah, because I feel like denying a governor's race is more. It should be worth more, you know.
Yeah. There's so many races you can deny this time too. It's great.
Yeah.
I went to vote, right? And this was fun. Some dude was ahead of us in line, and he was just talking the fucking lady's ear off, right? And I'm hearing him, and this dude is in like full like blue collar like worker shit, and he looks like kind of a redneck. And he's just like, yeah, I don't know. So where do I go to register? So he went there on election day, didn't know you had to register, and then spent like 5 minutes holding up the line, arguing with her about he should be able to register. And then when he left, I heard one of the ladies say he was like a January 6th kind of guy. I just laughed because he kind of was. I'm not gonna lie, he kind of was. But
I am still hearing Democrats say shit like January 6th was worse than 9/11. Now
because
keep
they
in
have
mind,
nothing to run on.
well, yeah, and keep in mind the people that are saying this to me are they're like 19 or 20, so they weren't even alive when 9/11 happened. So they're just.
What were you doing when you saw 9/11?
I was in first grade, and like my mom was helping me get ready for school. That was, and
Putting his
Instead-
helmet on, taking the crayon out of his mouth, strapping him into his wheelchair.
No, that was before the show, dude. What are you talking about?
I seen 9/11 happen in preschool. They put it on the TV.
In
Yeah.
preschool, Jesus Christ, you're young.
Yeah, I went home. Well, no, I'm actually old. You're just
Yeah,
very
he's older than the kids that Sam's talking about, though.
old. Yeah.
They're not even old enough to remember it. He's old enough to have been traumatized by it.
yeah.
I'm not old enough
It
to
was the
fucking not
first time
remember.
I ever saw death. You know what I mean?
Yeah, live in Technicolor. It was
My parents were upset because I came home and just asked about the building and the people jumping. Yeah, it was
You
a whole
can't-
thing.
This is the thing about their position. You can't be taken seriously if you say that, because a nation watched 3,000 people die in real time versus.
Dude, my school put us all in
versus-
the fucking gym
Hold
and brought
on.
out a projector TV and let us watch CNN live. Like, I saw the people jumping out of the fucking building in
Versus-
school.
versus some boomers walking in and angrily pointing their fingers in face, and some moron in fucking face paint thinking he's fucking God on the Senate floor. That is not the same as 9/11, and if you say that in public, no one will ever take you seriously.
I
Well-
mean, they took her shoes, man.
God
They took her shoes. Like,
9/11 is these motherfuckers Gamergate. I swear to God, it's never gonna die.
I like to think that like the person who took AOC's shoes like wasn't initially involved. They were walking by and they just saw an opportunity, right?
I think she just wanted to fucking credit herself a new pair of shoes on her campaign finance for $2,000. That's what I think.
Don't tell me that. I want to believe. I want to believe that there's some creep like smelling her shoes every night, just laughing. Like he got the last laugh, you know? Or she, or, you know, whatever.
How much does it cost to have a donkey shoed?
Nancy Pelosi just opens her closet and sees AOC shoes and just laughs hysterically.
What hold on. What if the person who stole AOC's shoes is the same guy who quote unquote beat up Paul Pelosi? And
He's a
Plot
fucking
twist. He was wearing
mastermind,
those
bro.
fucking shoes while he was beating Pelosi.
Absolute criminal supervillain mastermind.
It wasn't a hammer, it was AOC's shoes.
I just
Megamind was a documentary.
like aside from the cop shooting that one broad, like what is comparable about January 6th to 9/11? I don't even know why they compare them at all. I guess because it's like it's tragic or something. But like it was an act of war against our country that killed thousands of people on American soil, versus like at most, if you really want to like characterize it badly, a temper tantrum.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, my opinion is basically that a bunch of
After they spent the entire year and summer before that burning cities to the ground, mind you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is my opinion is basically that you had a lot of people who were angry and mad that they basically had shutdowns and lockdowns and stuff. You also had feds, and then the last group was these sort of terminally online, egomaniac influencer types filming themselves violating the law
Yeah.
on camera for likes.
Yeah. And it's
Yeah,
like,
but you already said feds. That pretty much takes care of Baked Alaska.
Yeah.
I
I
think
don't think he was at the time though.
I have a theory on Baked Alaska, if you'll allow me. He is
Please.
he is like the modern Forrest Gump that just stumbles himself into stupid but important moments of history, and so the feds just like follow him around. Like I don't think in his mind when he says he's not a fed or an informant, I think he believes that, because he's stupid, and I think that they let him believe that, and they just follow wherever he goes in his wake, like you would, right? Because he's stupid, so you could just look through all of his fucking shit. He'll never fucking know. He's Baked Alaska. He's fucking dumb as dirt. They got all this shit tapped. The fucking.
I just wanted to remind. I was just going to say more people joined the stream, Sam. I just wanted to let them know that for super chat money, Sam will deny any campaign, any race that you want.
Yeah, streamlabs.com/Whitfield report. All links are down in the description.
That's value.
Hoax Wars says Red Wave. Twitter Rising says, is this an incel gathering? Well, I know that like two of us here have kids, so I'm not sure if it's a complete incel gathering.
Well, Sam, accredited sources have said that Max is an incel.
God damn it. That's true, but that's not fair. God damn it.
Does it count as two people when they're both confused as the same person online? Asking for a friend.
Well, no, like the mainstream media said that, but that's not fair.
It's totally fair. You're still an incel.
I went to the Straight Pride Parade in Boston, and so they
Be quiet, you incel goblin with a beard.
Yeah, authoritative sources have said.
It's true. Like I can't. It's just the hardest part was breaking it to my wife, guys. That hurt.
Sex with a micro penis can be a mind bending experience, honey.
What about your kids? What about telling them, hey children, you don't actually exist because I'm an incel. I can't. Your mom and I conjured you out of thin air because I'm an incel.
Hi kids, you're adopted.
I guess Marvel magic exists in reality that way or something like.
Well, what we need is Max to post online, I'm not an incel, and so we can get it fact-checked with authoritative sources.
That's true. I need Elon Musk to fact-check this claim.
Oh God, that is the most hilarious thing ever. The fact that like all these celebrities are like, Elon is evil because he's influencing elections by telling people to vote Republican and balance out the power. Twitter's meddling in our elections. How horrible! It's like
I love that happened so close to the election because it's a level of karma for them.
Oh yeah.
After what they pulled in 2020, that would happen, and so I don't care if they're gonna cry about it.
I love that Kathy Griffin literally broke like the impersonation rule, and then she got banned for it, and she's crying
Because
Why am
the thing about the left is the left has learned about banning from like Twitch girls, right? Where it's like they think, well, if I get banned, it's just good for me because I'll play victim. Like they've started to figure that out, and so I don't think they'll be as bothered by getting banned off of Twitter as we would like in a lot of cases. I do think a lot of the left is trying to move to fucking Mastodon. It'll be funny though because they don't understand how the Fediverse works, and that they're on the same network as like the literal Nazis and whoever else they hate, right? Like they're all on the same network.
Yeah.
They're gonna figure that out eventually, and that'll be funny.
No, there's a I actually put a video on this. There's like a liberal, there's like a left wing Twitter alternative called Tribal. I shit you not. This is the name, Tribal Social. Where
I bet. I bet that sounds about right.
where they supposedly they fact checked everything. So Libs of TikTok, I guess, as a troll, went on there and created an account and said there are only two genders, and she got banned like within like 5 minutes.
I bet.
And so
Yeah, that sounds about
yeah,
right
but like,
too.
but yeah, a liberal Twitter alternative that's gonna last about as long as like as CNN or as CNN Plus or whatever.
Well, I mean, the reality is that there's no need for them to go anywhere else because there's no threat of censorship. They're having a hissy fit because they can't exclude others. I mean, it's just
that's really what it boils down to. It's not about like they don't feel like they'll be included. It's about you won't exclude the people they tell you to.
Yeah. And so an alternative just doesn't make any actual sense, right? Like the reason why there are alternatives to these sites that gain traction is because, when you have no alternative, people get banned and then they go to those other sites because they continue to want to get the proper content. I wish there was, like a decentralized, RCS replacement that would allow you to, continue to have your followers no matter where you upload, and then you're liberated from that problem. But that'll never happen. So
Mine's was working on something like that, but I don't know what happened.
A friend of mine has literally built that from the ground up, but he's just one dude, and he does it, in his off time. He's got like a family.
What I would like to do. Have any of y'all ever played a game called Planet Side 2?
I've heard of it. I think I
know how they have like persistent factions on there where you take territory and stuff, and you can constantly go on there and look and see who has what territory.
Yeah,
I think we need to make a social media where you put your you take a political ideology test. That puts you in a faction, and then just have like a landmass that you fucking control territory on, and then see who wins that.
You play video games?
Of course I play video games. I'm a talking ass on the internet.
Styx plays that game. It already exists. I forget what it's called. Pixel Planet, I think.
Nah, that's not quite. I'm wanting to see these fucking people go together in like a Quake Arena deathmatch type fucking shit.
I'd like to see all these lefties try to game because they fucking. That's
one thing. Like, I basically want Planet Side 2, but I want the teams divided up by political ideology, and then see who would fucking come out on top in that.
Okay, Sam, stop me if I get too controversial here. But lefties, the reason that they suck at games is because they game like women. Now, okay, like I said, stop me if I get too offensive. Okay, I don't want to get you banned, but
if they game like women, that means that they don't play games at all because girls don't play games.
Oh, yeah. No, it's worse than that. Women tend towards fucking creative games and games that let you do decorations and things like that. or fuck around or do domestic chores. And that's not just my personal take. Or puzzles. Puzzles is another one.
Now hold on. I've seen women, and I've seen women playing Call
You've
of
seen
Duty.
women.
Can you define what a woman
What is a woman, Sam?
You've seen women play like more hardcore games, yes. Except
Oh no,
for,
he has seen women. If there's a thought on Twitter, he's fucking seen them. I swear to God. I get more porn from being subscribed to his retweets than I do from fucking Pornhub.
That's for sure.
Well, that's because you're looking up the wrong type of porn, Anus. So
look, I'm a butt man. What can I say?
He's
into that vintage gay porn.
well, yeah, that
Not quite.
Not quite. Not vintage anyway.
I like to see some bell bottoms get rung, if you know what I mean.
That much is true, but no, I mean I've seen women and I've seen women play games in air quotes while they have their massive titties out, so no one can actually see if they're gaming or not. So.
Well, but that's a job, That's like women. That's like women don't like just strip in the wild when they're with their friends, right? It's the same thing.
What?
Yeah. Women don't just like break out and start dancing on stripper poles when they're like hanging out.
Bullshit, man.
They're doing it for money. You know what I mean?
Fun fact: if a woman never gets mad at you and starts running at you, just pull out a knife and a loaf of bread, hand it to her, and she'll start making you a fucking sandwich. Instincts just fucking take over.
But what I mean is men are more geared towards aggressive video games and more strategic. This is like science. Like this is what the data has shown for years. And women, when given that choice, prefer things like The Sims is a big one, or Farmville, or other games that have a creative element or aspect to them, or that mimic domestic chores. That
is true.
And so what I mean about lefties is if you see lefties that are into games, they always have that same kind of bias that women have. They want a great character creator where they can play dress up for hours on end, and they want the story to be, catered to whatever their interests are. And they don't play the game very much because they're not actually gamers. They just wanted you to change your shit.
So what you're saying is the left plays The Sims and the right plays Crusader Kings 3.
The normie right plays Madden and Call of Duty, and the far right plays Crusader Kings 3 and Hearts of Iron.
I swear to God, if you want to know what a modern day Wignat is, just go look at the fucking Crusader Kings community. I don't know what it is about that fucking game. I thought it was a meme. I thought I was getting goofed on and everything, but no, the Crusader Kings community is just a bunch of Wignats. Like, yeah, I want to make a dynasty, man.
A joke ideology that we made years ago is a mod you can get for Hearts of Iron.
Apparently Akba actually showed me this a few weeks ago. Apparently there's a mod on Cyberpunk now for the PC where you can put an America First bumper sticker on your vehicle in Cyberpunk. because all those cat boys are playing.
Well, yeah, you could choose the size of the dick, and they like that. Because it's 1-to-1 with their bad dragon orders. They can go bigger or smaller.
But I don't think they got the same message from that game as I did.
I still say that fucking Keanu Reeves' character on there is a fucking communist. I don't know.
Well,
of course he is. Of course he is. But also, like he's like Johnny Silverhand's immensely cool. You say what you want about him.
He is cool. But
it's not. Look, it's leftist literature, man. Like Cyberpunk's written by a far lefty. Like if you're going in. Like it's kind of like when they go into the Lord of the Rings and try to
No, it's not.
It is. No, it's the same thing.
It
You're trying to push the politics that don't belong in there because that's a right wing, Christian kind of story behind it all. Cyberpunk is a left wing story written by anti-authoritarian, like a libertarian ANCAP kind of guy that leans towards fucking communistic ideas about the market. So, yeah, no, it is the same thing. Like if you go into Cyberpunk, you're going into a leftist world. So for Johnny Silverhand to be cool in that world, he has to be like an anti-capitalist, like crusader. That's
the thing to remember is that the world in Cyberpunk is better than our own.
In some ways.
Well, yeah, it has fucking sex robots where Jesse Cox gets his dick stuck in it, So
you have better gun rights. You have
way
better technology. You have, things are just utterly superior to.
Yeah,
that's a bit of a cop out because it's hard to have gun control when you are the fucking gun.
Yeah, but you can literally just go to any vending machine that has guns and just buy one.
Yeah,
that's like awesome, and like that's not just like a game convenience. That's part of the lore.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No. I'm like this. I'm like this doesn't sound that bad.
And the thing is, you can appreciate a leftist piece of art and not be a leftist.
Oh, yeah, I like the game. I like the world. It's just
it has some there's some valid critiques in what Cyberpunk is poking fun at. Also, there's some lefty horse shit in there. It's a little bit of both. But that's because the team that made it is Polish, and they do tend a little more on the right wing side of things. So I think that kind of meshes it out in the game. But make no mistake, of course, Johnny Silverhand is going to be an anti-capitalist crusader. He has to be, because in that world that they've created, that's the ultimate cool guy rebel. He's a rock star who rages against
Adam Smasher is still I'm more of an Adam Smasher kind of guy.
Yeah.
First time he sees one chick, first time he sees chick, he's just like, "You look like a delectable piece of meat." I'm like, "Fucking, that's my dude."
You gotta have a good villain, right?
Adam Smasher is a good villain. That motherfucker is badass.
Well,
is anybody? No, nobody's super chatted.
We'll see Johnny Silverhand, and I don't know if he's a communist, but he reminds me of a lot of the libertarians that I've met at YaleCon and other libertarian.
He has
places.
Libertarianish leanings for sure. He's just anti fucking capitalist is my point. Like he's anti corporate, you could say, but he has a vendetta against not just that one corporation, Arasaka. He has a grudge against all of them. Quite obviously, he's bitter about them.
I think that's the one thing that communists and libertarians kind of agree on is burn corpo shit. At least the libertarians worth their fucking weight in salt.
I don't know why. That's the opposite of libertarian.
The libertarians believe in free market, but they also believe in fucking. I don't know where I'm fucking going. I'm sick and on drugs, man. Told you.
I do kind of have a bone against Google owning everything.
I'm against monopolies, but I'm also only a small L libertarian type of leaning person.
Yeah,
you're against monopolies. Why?
Because monopolies are the opposite of competition, and competition is what makes the free market work.
What about natural monopolies?
Name one.
Facebook.
It's not a natural monopoly.
But it is, because there's only one Facebook, right?
No. There's MySpace before that. There's Minds.
And they own MySpace.
There's alternatives, right? But they own MySpace, and they own Instagram, and they own... there are alternatives, but, you don't... how do I phrase this? You don't... Most things in the market are not generic products, right?
Right.
They offer a very specific thing. They go out of their way specifically to create something that no one else can.
Mm-hmm.
That's because like competition is for losers.
Not necessarily, no.
And like most of the effective things that like actually displace like these quote unquote monopolies are competitors who come out with a better alternative to that technology.
Yes, and that's true. But when I say monopolies, I'm talking like Disney. You can't compete against Disney because Disney has fucked the legal system consistently on like the fucking public domain and everything like that to make it to where there is no competition for Disney.
Well,
And they
I
bought
mean,
everything.
Like, what do you mean by that? Like, there are people who make.
I guess to kind of
Wait, so-
differentiate
so-
when you
so
say
you're saying the
natural
government-
monopoly, I'm not against something that
You're
naturally
saying the-
just puts out the best product and therefore has the best share of the market. I'm not against that. I'm against when I say monopoly, I'm talking about where they actively use that to completely negate any type of competition.
Right, but the problem that you're not addressing the actual root cause of the problem that you just complained about. The root cause of the problem that you just complained about is the government subsidies, handouts, and special favors that a company like Disney buys.
Uh-huh.
That's not actually a problem with the corporations, it's a problem with the government.
And yeah. That's what I'm saying. When I say monopoly, I'm talking about that interest between the company and the government.
Well, that's not what a monopoly is, right?
But that's the problem is everybody's focused on being mad at the fucking corpos, and people have not been as mad at the fucking government, which is kind of part
no,
of
I'm mad at both. Like
Yeah,
one hand washes the other.
the message they want out there.
One hand washes the other. They're one and the same. That's what I'm saying. When I'm talking about monopoly, I'm talking specifically about that relationship between the government and the corporation that negates all competition. That's what I want to get rid of. In a true free market to where they're not able to get special treatment like that, or they're not able to team up with the government power like that, then natural monopolies would form. And I'm not against, if you make the best Facebook possible, then yeah, you're going to have the larger market share. But that's what it should be based on, is you having the best Facebook. Facebook doesn't even have the best Facebook.
But they have the only face.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a monopoly is a situation where there is a single seller in the market, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, that's often due to, like, technological advantage. Because, like, making just generic bullshit is actually not that lucrative.
Governor Kristi Noem is projected to win in South Dakota, from what I saw, for anyone who cares.
Oh, South Dakota's going to stay red? Oh, shocker.
I know, right?
Starshine 311.
I'm glad all 14 Republicans that live in that state fucking voted.
I'm not an incel. Okay. I'm voluntarily celibate.
Anis, I am still trying to detect your accent. I know you're Southern. I'm just trying to figure out where.
You're referring to me?
No, he's referring to me.
Yeah, I'm referring to Southern Anus. Over.
Yeah, where do all the talking assholes live? Like, where do you hail from?
Mobile, Alabama.
Okay, well, there you have it.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
Oh shit.
and that would make sense as to why you're Genius Anus too.
I'm the smartest one in this here trailer park, buddy.
Yeah.
Just
Yes,
kind of a
you
funny
are.
aside to the accent is I get compliments on my accents in my home turf. I don't know what the fuck it is about it, but my accent sticks out wherever the fuck I go.
Well, I mean, are there a lot of other talking assholes?
There's a lot of assholes, but oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have one or not. I think that it's very subdued if it does exist.
The California coin merchant may be joining us in a bit. I don't know when, but but he said he'd be interested in joining us.
I was gonna
Cool.
say I saw a message from like an hour and a half ago said that he might be jumping in, so I wouldn't hold your breath.
God, he's already got like a wrestling tier nickname. That's crazy. I thought
But-
Vicious Vickers was good enough. Now it's the California Coin. Actually, that's good. That's good, right? Because you could hear that as like the ladies and gentlemen now entering the ring. The coin merchant Vicious Vickers. Yeah, I see that.
It isn't that what he who
He
shall
comes
not
out
be
with a
named-
bag of fucking gold coins tied to his belt or some shit.
Dude, if he doesn't next year for Halloween, if he doesn't capitalize on this and goes either Scrooge McDuck or goddamn Two-Face or Batman, I'm gonna be fucking severely disappointed. That is a missed opportunity.
he should just give out like those chocolate coins at Halloween too.
Motherfucker, I said a bullion.
Chocolate coins would be funnier.
You know what else would be hilarious is if all these idiots who are saying, oh, the right is just coping out about Biden. It would be hilarious if they start screaming, if they start denying elections now.
They're already preparing to. Hillary Clinton released that video a couple of days ago. So the right is prepared to steal this election. They're already laying the foundation, and they're going to shamelessly just go right into, just like they did in 2016. In 2016, does nobody remember when they're like, oh, Russia stole the election?
They've been denying the election since like 1972, to be honest.
No.
Tammany fucking Hall, man. Tammany fucking Hall. And same shit, different decade.
So they reanimated Hillary's corpse. Oh yeah, I did see that. They reanimated Hillary's corpse so that she could say, but they had to change out the Russian script to something else.
Well, the thing about
it's still gonna be Russia.
Yeah,
Russia.
They want to fight Russia. I mean, they obviously want to fucking step up the Ukrainian shit to whatever degree. Whether they want to fight Russia openly or not, I don't know. But they definitely don't want to back away from it, so they'll blame them for fucking everything. And Vlad is just, at this point, crazy enough to fucking just call their bluff on everything. Whether that's good or bad for him, it doesn't seem to matter anymore.
That's the thing that's the thing they don't realize. Like, when they think of crazy, they think they're dealing with Trump. They have no idea what actual crazy is.
Well, he's definitely doing things much more erratically than I'm used to seeing from him. These are not decisions that Vladimir Putin would have made 10 years ago, which says what's different from 10 years ago. Well, one thing is you have a senile old man in the White House that he's not afraid of at all. That's one thing. 10 years ago, you say what you want about Barack Obama, but at least he presented himself as like an heir of fucking pomp and circumstance. Joe Biden fucking allegedly pooped himself in front of the Pope. I mean, he farted so loud in front of the Queen she couldn't stop laughing. I don't think anybody takes him serious.
The guy doesn't even know where he is half the time. You can't take him serious.
So a little bit of it is because I don't think Vladimir Putin is out of his mind, but he's doing some ballsy moves that haven't worked out for him that he otherwise wouldn't. Generally, you wouldn't see him do. It's interesting, and so I think they will blame him for it, so they can escalate a little more.
I just want to say to the chat that I'm not an incel. I'm voluntary celibate. So
That's
what he tells
Fact
us.
check.
Shmuley is not Nick Fuentes.
That is the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me, man.
Well, I mean, you're welcome. It's true. I've heard you mention duckasses once, or monkey butts, or whatever the hell else that kid is. It.
You're
What is it?
closer to TP USA than I am. I mean, how like is the feeling ecstatic with his downturn? Like, is there just like
I
how
mean,
happy are
I mean,
people?
I think Turning Point is a dumpster fire as well. I hate both. I
Oh,
hate both organizations, but I mean, I
why is
do think.
Turning Point a dumpster fire? I'm just
I
not
mean,
familiar.
well, I mean because basically Charlie Kirk, and this is the one thing. This is what he doesn't want anyone to know. He was vehemently anti-Trump until Don Jr. showed up with his checkbook,
Yeah.
I
and then
kind
Charlie.
of knew that, but I will say that everything I've seen from them recently has
Mhm.
I've been impressed. They seem to have turned a corner in accepting Trump. And I think that maybe some of the embarrassment by Nick Fuentes, because he did get embarrassed in that, no doubt.
Yeah,
Um, it just Nick Fuentes carried that on to be just a fucking loser, right? But he still took that W that day. But I do think that it does seem like TPUSA took that kind of to heart, because it does seem like they are a different organization, in my humble opinion, today than they
Yeah,
were a couple of years ago.
and I've just kind of chalked that up more to um it's an organization with a bunch of like young conservative types, and you know, being anti-Trump, I don't think is going to sell to that audience, as
no,
well as I think he's engaged with them enough. So I mean,
but
I wouldn't hate them or the entire organization just because of that. I mean,
I mean, I hate them also because like Charlie Kirk fired one of my friends for
okay,
like
That's
really stupid
understandable.
shit.
yeah, I can
Um,
more understand that.
but like, but no, I mean, like as far as like, I mean, I suppose I don't hate Turning Point. I hate their upper management more or less, and it does
Okay,
kind of seem to me like it seems like their management is kind of changing a little bit, which I think is
okay,
good. Um,
makes
I,
Well,
sense.
they're one of the victims of the times we're changing, right? And
yeah,
you are been around long enough to know this, where you had the Tea Party come in. I'm pretty sure we were talking about this.
Mhm.
That's as you know, you go back that far at least,
oh
and
yeah,
uh, and then you saw like the Tea Party just when it started was kind of the anti to the neoconservative mainstream, but they kind of tried to half-heartedly accept it and appease it enough to keep things going. What they didn't count on was Trump kind of capitalized on a lot of things that same Tea Party strain of thinking we're into,
Mhm.
and that's now Trumpism. Even people who don't necessarily like Trump now carry forward some level of Trumpism, America First ism, that kind of spirit,
Yeah,
and the neocons are just outnumbered almost.
yeah,
So it's tough for TPUSA to have been through that because they were on the other side. They were basically neocon shills for years, but that's because neocons were in charge, and you kind of couldn't be anything else on the right.
yeah,
And so being confronted with basically it was either you're gonna understand the Trump movement, or you're gonna lose that finger on the pulse of what's making people into conservative politics.
yeah, that's fair. I just my whole thing was I don't think they should I don't think they should have been anti-Trump at all. I think they should
I
have.
agree.
I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense. I just my hatred for, and I understand if you have personal problems with TPUSA. I mean, my particular hatred for Nick Fuentes comes from the fact that he took a bunch of people, very young people, high schoolers indeed, and who were interested in that line of thinking, were interested in conservatism, and basically made them unemployable, basically ruined their life, and convinced a lot of
oh
them
yeah,
in a bunch of like anti-Semitic nonsense. Um, that just
mean,
ruins any chance that they're going to have to gain status, to gain
yeah,
money, to influence people.
Even more recently, he specifically encouraged them to say they'll fucking commit murder and rape in his name. And this is and we all know that there's at least the presence of law enforcement around. They've had several members arrested and baked Alaska with the plea deal and all that. So if you're making threats like that, there's a record of it somewhere, even if you haven't gotten arrested. This shit it brings young conservatives in to just the worst, and I believe personally that something like America First is just designed to destroy conservative young men before they get a fucking chance. Strangle them in the womb.
Here's what I will tell you. Like I said, my main problem is with Turning Point's management and just kind of some of the behind the scenes stuff they've done. I think
for sure.
I think the organization itself isn't bad. I just think that they could be better.
Okay.
But yeah, you're absolutely right with America First, and I'll tell you that the reason why from what I've heard, the reason why Nick Fuentes has such a hate boner for Troy Kirk is because Nick Fuentes tried to go up there and tried to be a big man for Turning Point, and Charlotte was like, oh wait, no, you believe that? No, we're not having you. We're not, allowing that. So Nick Fuentes was like, well, I'm going to poach your people, and started the whole America First thing. So,
it's a common theme in all of that shit too. Is they all stab each other in the back eventually.
Yeah.
It's just like Max and I were talking when he came on the show. Like everyone in politics, it's a big Mexican standoff. Everyone's pointing guns at each other.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and you see that on the geopolitical stage, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. Is when a guy like Putin sees a weakness in that big Mexican standoff with nukes, right? He's gonna fucking call it out, and he's basically telling Biden to fuck you. I'm not sure who blew up that pipeline, but if I'll tell you this, if it were the U.S. government, that would be a very big deal. I don't know that, they stopped talking about the pipeline getting blown up. But that's a big deal. If it was indeed the Biden administration pulling an op, that could be a serious problem.
Well, the thing of it is the
we would never do anything like that. That's shady. American government would never do anything like that.
I haven't seen anything that legitimate looking since the Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is that the U.S. government could do something like that, right? So it's not out of the realm of possibility. But then Putin could also legitimately do something and then blame America for it. That's why this whole situation is fucked, because either way, it seems like a bad situation.
And all the while, China sits in the corner stoking all these fires at once.
Yeah,
even while their own house burns down around them.
And everyone wanted to make fun of Trump because he said China he said Chinese in a weirdly funny way that it wasn't quite the way I would pronounce China.
The Nord Stream pipeline was blown up by Sweden. There, I said it.
It's always the Swedes, isn't it?
Yeah.
The
diplomatic immunity.
The Swedes are the real enemy of the country.
I mean, look, I want to see Chinese socialism, Chinese communism, die. But make no mistake that European socialism is still a danger.
True that.
Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah.
And that's what the Democrats mean in this election when they say
Yep.
it's about democracy. They mean European style socialism, leaning heavily on the authoritarian end. That's what
Yep.
they mean.
Which, make no mistake, that all these countries that these people will tell you they're so democratic, they're so good, they're so wonderful. I mean, these are all places where there's illegal opinion. I mean,
Yep.
It
Some
always
very
brings a
basic
chuckle to
things.
mind whenever I remember all of the Democrats, the Bernie Sanders people talking about how, oh, I don't know why you think socialism is so bad. You're just a fucking Nazi and a fascist. I could kill that argument with a single historical fact.
what is it?
National
Yeah.
Socialist Party of Germany. What's that spell, kids? Nazi Party.
Well, I mean, you're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Well, it wasn't.
National
Workers.
Socialist Workers Party.
Yes.
Yeah. But it was NDSP because that's the German translation.
Yep.
So you're close.
It's same thing.
It does have socialism in the name. You're correct.
Yeah, and it was the Nazi Party was built upon socialism. That's what it was.
Yes.
Yeah, it was heavily fucking government suppressed capitalism.
Yeah, and it was
Well,
an autocracy, I believe.
Like
Well,
the
yeah.
difference between Hitler's economic system and like socialism as we understand it, right, is that he allowed certain people to maintain ownership of their factories and shit like that, which is why they don't put it in the same category of socialism. But that was determined upon you being a good boy to the party, right? Because you might get sent off to one of them work camps, and even though a lot of people might have been unaware that people were getting killed at those work camps, do you want to go to a work camp?
Well, this is something that I
You don't
find
want to
funny.
be disloyal to the party, right?
What is it, Denmark? That if you're on welfare for too long, they sell your labor to corporations.
Yeah. One of our friends, Nat, I haven't heard from him in a long time, but he was telling us that if you're unemployed, they'll send you to a work camp type program, and what it is they license you out for dirt cheap. Like we have temp agencies here, like private, but this is the government sells your labor for like less than minimum wage to like the grocery store or whatever. And it's this whole fucking you make just enough to cover your transportation costs and shit to get there, and you do it not even to make money but to get something on your resume as experience and show that you're working. Because if you're just not working at all, they'll send you to like a full-on place where you can live and work.
Yep.
Not gonna lie, we could probably put some of the people in America in places like that, and it'd probably do us a world of good.
Well, this is my point. That like
probably, but like the difference between capitalism and that is like you give them an incentive to fucking live there.
Right. Teddy Roosevelt did a similar program with the fucking National Forestry Program where he took all the men and made them do forestry, and then he forced them to send like 2/3 of their fucking income back to their wives and families.
But the problem in what I just described is actually just because the government is doing it, it's done in the least fucking best
efficient
way possible.
and yeah.
So what happens is they're getting paid shit wages because they negotiated a shitty contract. The government did, right? With the company, and they treat the guys like shit because you're unemployed, right? And so you're shit, and they treat them like day laborers or whatever. And by the way, this does not apply to the immigrants in the country. Only natural born citizens.
Of course.
So it's a bunch of white guys that whatever lost their job or couldn't, NEETs in some cases that can't find work. And once you get put into the program, it basically blacklists you from getting a job any other way.
Yep.
Yeah, because why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free, right?
Exactly. So like it's the system that in practice you think, yeah, if people had more direction and somewhere to like apply their labor at the low skill level, that would be good. And then the government comes in and fucks
We
it
could
all
do
up.
that in America, but it would have to be voluntary, which is what the forestry thing was with Roosevelt. You volunteered for it.
Yeah. Well,
But-
because we have rights, because we're not a authoritarian
We're not
socialist.
Had
First.
rights.
We still
No.
do. We still do.
We still have a couple of them.
No matter
Well,
what, we still have our rights.
My rights are God given, sir.
Yeah.
There you go.
You can violate them, but I still have them.
Yeah.
Seems like a cop out to me.
It's not a cop out.
How is that a cop out?
It's literally the foundational principle of our country.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm being contrarian.
So,
Well,
Sam, what do you
well-
think about the Enlightenment, Sam?
which enlightenment are you referring to? There are several enlightenments.
Based. That's based that you know that. That's so awesome. No, like the whole Enlightenment, like the French and English, right?
Well, the French are weird.
Yes.
Agree.
Strong agree.
The French have already surrendered that point.
Red pill.
Although I have to admit, I know some pretty based French people online. Like I had to explain Me Too hashtag Me Too to a Frenchman, and he's like, why is that a thing? Women are beautiful. If they don't want to be sexualized, they shouldn't.
You heard it on the Whitfield report. Pretty
Well,
women deserve to be raped. They were asking
isn't
for
that
it.
kind of like a dirty European way to view things? Like they're way too comfortable with their bodies and stuff.
Yeah, but I would rather have that than I would rather have that than the pussy hat, frothing at the mouth, screaming, all men
I
are
agree.
rapists.
I agree, but in general, like, was it good? The Enlightenment.
I mean, I did.
Like good parts, bad parts, I guess, right?
Yeah, good parts, bad parts. I think it's hard to put all in terms like was it good or was it bad, because we're not living in those times.
Gotcha. But like the ideas that came about from it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of them might have been good. I think some of them were, terrible.
Yeah, I tend to agree. What about the Protestant Revolution?
The Protestant Reformation.
The revolution.
I think that was probably pretty good. I think the Catholic Church was, way too intertwined with the government, and yeah, I think.
That part's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually like, as a Catholic, I see that as like the best part of the schism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that gave birth to our country.
Yeah. I mean,
but I do think that there's a slandering, sort of a misnomer that a lot of people have, wherein like they view all of like what the Catholic Church was providing in Europe as like terrible, whereas they provided a lot of checks to the power of kings, which was very good.
Yeah, because that's the ultimate thing. If you're just like the average dude, is the king accountable to anybody? Well, he's accountable to God, right? And since the Pope speaks on behalf of God, if the king steps over his bounds and the Pope says that's fucked up, people feel justified in overthrowing the king.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, wasn't Henry VIII like pretty much driving the
well, that's Pope? The thing is Henry VIII. The reason that he created the Church of England and separated it from the Catholic Church of the time was completely for selfish reasons because he wanted to divorce his wife instead of fucking killing them. It's like this giant corrupt, in my personal opinion, it's a corruption of like power on the grandest scale.
Yeah.
So when people talk about the Protestant Reformation, and I'll say there's some benefits to it, obviously, but you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater in some cases too.
Well, the one thing that you can't really
and government corruption is something that can crop up anywhere. I think is the lesson there.
Yeah, that's my point. My point is no institution is infallible.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Especially the government, like more than any other. That's I think the big one to keep in mind.
See, folks, you won't get this on any other election stream. You won't get us talking about you won't get CNN talking about reformations or anything like that on an election stream. It's all why are we losing?
Goddamn results come in so slow. Like we know we're fucking winning. We know we're doing fucking good.
I just wanted to say that not a lot of people talk about it, but like I do view the Protestant Revolution as like one of the most significant things in human history, because I really have a hard time not. It changed the course of Europe and therefore the world, like going forth.
If you think about it, it caused the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah.
Because it scattered. Because once again, the Catholic Church was not necessarily wrong in a lot of their predictions. It kind of like scattered. It shattered Christianity into all of these separate little groups, and those separate little groups started coming up with ideas and
came to their own centers of power.
Yeah, came to their own centers of power. So you had like this multiplying of different ideologies, and that's why like today, when you take almost any political thought or whatever, if you go back far enough, you're going to find probably Protestants. It's that way with socialism. It's that way with a lot of things, right?
Well, and a lot of the Western literature that came out at the time regarding both of a religious and secular nature is relevant today. I mean, when you talk about that period, you're talking about that's when Marx wrote as well. At the same time, you had like Bastiat and Adam Smith writing on the more like free market, keep the government out of things. You had the formation of what is today the idea of a authoritarian government from the top down, communism, which some people want to implement. So like that period of time has laid the foundation for this like war of philosophy we have now, but it also laid the way for the modern age. So it's kind of like,
well, and it also the Reformation also laid out the foundation for the Renaissance, which was important because that was when art and like music and literature really came to fruition. I mean, not that it hadn't existed before, but like art as we know it, and when it actually mattered, none of this postmodern bullshit that's out there now, but like
when the masters
when art was actually good.
Just to interject a little bit to be on topic, according to Politico right now, the GOP is currently ahead of the Senate 43-42.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like where Sam was going though.
I like hearing that, Genius. I
didn't want to interrupt because I'm enjoying listening to this shit too, but I have like no dog in this fucking race, so I'm watching the numbers while y'all are talking.
I mean, I don't have a dog in this race either. I'm really curious, Shumley, how'd you find Max and vice versa?
No.
No, that's your answer.
Yeah.
When a man and another man really love each other, Sammy.
I've just known Shmuley for a long time. He's been around, I was just thinking today, like we have a third that would have been great to have tonight. He's like way more charismatic than the two of us. You would have loved Rick. We got to get Rick on with you. That'd be great.
Yeah, Rick
Rick
would
is
be
the man.
better.
So what I'm hearing is you don't remember how you two met. You just have always.
Well, I know how we met. Yeah, it's just
no, we've been shit.
They were both Eiffel Towering the same goth girl.
You were both on the same poll or 4chan or Kiwi Farms board, and
something like that.
Kinda. But no, yeah, I've known Max for years. Basically we're both into like Austrian economics to a degree. We were into like politics. He's been like paleo-conservative at the time. I was really into Rothbard and these sort of ideas. Became interested in that stuff when I was like maybe 17 years old and sort of worked through it. So
yeah.
I mean, obviously, I have now my critiques of it, right?
Well, at least you know who Rothbard is. I know most 30-year-olds I know are like who was JFK and
gotcha.
To be kind of fair, right? We're partially responsible for the prevalence of Hans Hermann Hoppe memes that have come about, because we started memeing about that way back in the day and it took off. Because that's the kind of shit that we talked about.
Yep.
We just had these long philosophy spurgs that were no holds barred, where everybody would yell at each other and say words that you can't say on YouTube nowadays.
What I want to know is was Shmuley part of the group that quote unquote bullied Falco Punch off the internet, or was that
no
I was trolling and picking on Ian Freeman for
that's true,
for supporting pedophilia.
Yeah. We were way ahead of the curve on that one. Nowadays, everybody wants to call out pedo supporters, but I called that dude out in like 2014. Yeah. He, just like for anybody that doesn't know, Ian Freeman was a nationally syndicated radio host for Free Talk Live, which is like basically the biggest libertarian talk show. And they would have call-ins, and we would call in. And one of Ian Freeman's positions, he is an anarcho-capitalist, and he doesn't believe in the age of consent at all. He doesn't think that there should be a law, because he believes that children own their own bodies and all this garbage. And we called him up consistently, and we're like calling him out on that bullshit, because that's stupid. And it snowballed. A lot of other people picked up on it, and he ended up they're not nationally syndicated radio show anymore. They lost advertising because they had the same advertisers that do like Alex Jones, the Genesis Communications Network. So they're religious people, and they didn't find that particularly funny. But to be fair, they still have a show on Twitch, I think, and like they still do their show. I'm not gonna completely hate, but yeah, the dude, like, I called him out on that shit years and years ago because he was saying it on national radio. I didn't want him to get shut down either, by the way. I don't think censoring him was the right call. I challenged him on the air on his own program, and he still thinks he was right.
Well, when you have a call,
I'll say this. I'll say this. You were talking about how he doesn't believe in age and consent at all, which is a fucking absolutist, absurd fucking position to take.
Yeah.
Like, I have my qualms with age of consent because I know some fucking 30-year-olds that shouldn't be able to consent, but that's neither here nor there. But my thing on the age of consent is that I don't agree with it, like, on paper, but I do agree that society societally speaking and everything, we do agree that children are a protected class. So until you're not a child, you shouldn't be able to be taken advantage of. And that's what the age of consent is. It's just us agreeing that until this age right here, you can't do anything with them. They can't consent. They can't legally consent to anything.
Well,
Yeah, you have to put an arbitrary cutoff point.
right.
Yeah.
See, this
for
is
the
the thing: is
utility.
you could argue about where the cutoff point is. Most people think when they hear that in some places it's 14, and people, I guess, apparently just found out
See,
Japan is 13.
I've got
People
a
could
really
say
simple one.
that's too low. You could say it's too high, right? But most people agree that you got to put that line somewhere. We have to draw the line.
My
right? You have to have
problem
it.
with age of consent laws is the fact that there's multiple lines. I think they should all be tied together. That the age that you can join the military, that you can vote, that you can buy cigarettes, that you can consent to sex, that you can get alcohol, those should all be the same age.
Fair
I
enough.
think
But
we should tie it all together.
because this guy believes that there should be no government at all, he believes that there shouldn't be anything like that.
Even
And I
if there
was
wasn't
just-
a government at all, there would still be an age of consent, and it would
That's
be.
what that was my argument, is that in our anarcho-capitalist society like he wants, it is in people's interest to protect children, and they will do what they need to do, whether it be paying somebody, whether it be forming a union among themselves to go beat the motherfucker up. People will not tolerate that stuff.
Be a posse, an oak tree, and a length of rope, honestly.
There's just
Yeah.
some lines that you don't cross, but that's the thing with a lot of these guys is the hardcore libertarian types tend to be like libertines in their personal life, so to speak, where they're really into like promiscuous sex and like drugs and stuff like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm that type of libertarian. I just want to be able to own a tank in my driveway and like shoot, like have an arsenal.
Oh,
in
I'm
my
libertarian
closet.
as fuck on that issue for sure.
Yeah. I mean, that's just common sense, dude.
People should, yeah,
Look,
recreational.
I just
nukes,
want
let's
gay
go.
people to be able to defend their pot plants from the government with 40-round magazine AR-15s, okay?
Well,
But I'm just saying,
yeah.
no matter what kind of government or lack thereof you have, people will protect their fucking children from predators.
Oh,
that
yeah.
point cannot be stressed enough. No matter what your philosophical argument that you have about fucking any of that shit, daddy might be pissed, and if he shows up with the shotgun, it's not going to matter about your philosophical argument.
It's kind of sad that the farmer's daughter meme is just a meme now, but people don't realize that it's based on reality.
Yeah, well, it's because a lot of people don't pay attention to their kids too. Is another fucking problem.
Mm-hmm. I think that
being a parent in the digital age is actually hard, and it's not something that people talk about enough.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I mean, being a parent in any era is hard. You just,
Yeah, but there's no guiding light. Like, you can't go to an older generation and ask about how you should go about dealing with your kids in the internet, because we are the internet generation.
I mean, yeah,
and
you're
that's
right about that.
huge, because a lot of people just put their kid and give them a tablet and forget about it, and that's the babysitter, right? And they, like, I know for a fact, because I play video games, right? I know for a fact there's fucking grooming going on. I know for a fact it goes on Discord, because people aren't monitoring what their kids are doing at all. Like, they're not even interested what their kids are looking at on a screen with the most, whatever kind of content you could find on the internet. And it's tough to navigate that minefield too, because kids will hide shit from you, right?
Well, my solution is, and always has been, I don't teach my kids what to think. I teach them how to think. So I know that my kids are into all kinds of fucking weird ass shit, and they're going to be, because your kids are a reflection of you. And one of the first hard lessons you have to learn as a parent is that it's a mini you running around doing mini you shit. That's number one. Number two, you got to remember what you were like then and what you were into. How many of us were sneaking into R-rated movies and watching porn through the static on the fucking TV on HBO fucking bleed through when we were like fucking 11?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. What's hard about it is because then you add the internet to that. Like, particularly if you have older kids, right?
Yeah.
Now, bullying in school in our day meant you got bullied at school, right?
Right.
And I'm not saying that it's better or worse, but with the advent of cyberbullying, here's a whole nother layer of kids outside of school doing Kiwi Farm style shit on other kids they go to school with because the mean girls fucking wanted to laugh at you and call you poor or something, right? And now
Right.
they're harassing this kid round the fucking clock and the kids are fucking losing it. There's no manual how to fucking deal with that as a parent. This is why the schools fail to deal with this fucking shit too. Because
Well, and
it's not illegal.
is. It's just
It's
It's just
school's
we've constrained
jurisdiction.
ourselves to where we can't handle that problem. Because back in my day, the solution to bullying was we're going to meet in the parking lot after school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to meet at the bus stop. We're going to hash this shit out.
Either
And-
that, or you're going to keep getting bullied. You know,
Yeah.
those are your options.
my mom, like, and it's interesting because when I was a kid, the internet was still in its infancy, so people
You do that now though, and your kid will catch charges.
Yeah. Unless they're black.
Nah.
Whoops.
Them too.
No, funny story. When I was in like 3rd or 4th grade, I was pretty young. I became best friends with my biggest bully, and it's because we met out at the playground where we were waiting on the fucking bus, kicked the shit out of each other. I don't know who won that fucking fight. We were both bloody and cut the fuck up by the end of it, and then we became best friends after that.
yeah,
You know what we were fighting over? We were fighting over pogs. We were fighting over motherfucking pogs.
that literally happened with one of my best friends. He used to call me crippled, and he was like really
Sam rolled over his fucking feet like, who's crippled now, bitch?
he was really fucking nasty, and so like I was like, oh, he was also fat too. He was also fat as fuck at the time, so I was like, oh yeah, fuck you, fat ass. So he and I just started to like roast. So he and I, it went from like us insulting each other to like us roasting each other to us becoming like best friends and being like, man, none of these other fucking pussies can take a joke. So, yeah.
And nowadays, right? You guys fighting, you'd catch charges. They'd have you hauled out in handcuffs.
Another thing, and this didn't happen as much when I was growing up. I don't know if it did with y'all. I've noticed that a lot of these fights, they're like bully fights and shit, are like mobs of kids. Like they'll fucking gang jump each other. That didn't happen when I was growing up. If two people were fucking beefing, you made a circle around them, but you weren't in the fucking fight. Like,
That's
the worst person you could be is somebody that tried to get a fucking free sucker punch in on somebody that was fighting somebody else. So you get the crowd beat your ass at that point.
That's because like there's a fucking flash mob mentality, especially in kids, and that has to do with social media too. They all want in on the thing that's happening. They like
and they want to do that herd mentality thing.
TikTok has been proven scientific. I have a video about this where I go into the scientific depth of this. All right, nobody's watched it, but that's okay. TikTok shortens your attention span. If you use 1 hour of TikTok a day, it shortens attention spans. And kids use TikTok all fucking day, all the fucking time. And what is like the mentality that creates? It creates a fucking moment to moment like impulsiveness.
Yeah.
It's
that's nothing new actually. That's from the internet itself. It's because everything is so instantaneous on the internet. We have short attention spans.
It was inevitable. It's not even that TikTok itself is necessarily the cause. It was just an inevitable outcome.
Basically, what it's doing is it's making an entire generation that has no patience because I had to have patience. Everything is instant load at 100 megabytes a second. It's boom, 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 boom.
Yeah. And there's always noise. There's always attention. There's always a TV on. There's
I can't
always a
remember where I
screen.
was watching. It was talking about binge watching TV shows, and it was talking about the difference between having to wait every week for an episode over the course of like half a fucking year versus watching the whole season in one day.
And I mean, if you think it's like going over the top and scaremongering, I can point out that we have a kind of study generation already in the books of what kind of effect something like this has, and it's the boomers. The boomers were the first TV generation, and it shows because they
Yeah.
had an electric friend that glowed in their living room that told them that they were the coolest, best person in the world for their entire life.
They had Furbies too.
Well, I mean, that's more like Gen X millennials, but like the television was there from the boomers' first fucking steps on Earth in the 50s, late 40s.
Yeah,
and it
that's
always
true.
told them that they were special, right? It made them because it's advertising to them, right? And what effect has that had? By and large, boomers show more signs of narcissism than other generations.
Well, boomers are also the my daddy generation too, because their daddy were the greatest generation, right?
Yeah.
So that's where the fucking famous George Carlin thing of my daddy. Let me tell you about my daddy.
But if you speak to boomers, the average boomer is most going to resonate with television and film references or music, media, right? And so they're the first media generation, and you can see, because especially people our age, we have grandparents and shit, or had them at one time. We see the difference in the way that the boomers act from the way they act. We see it in trends, because that's anecdotal, but you see it in trends in the way boomers spend, in the way boomers, trend politically and everything else. And I do believe it was, extremely impacted by media, particularly television.
Oh,
and
yeah.
So when you flash that forward, TikTok is the hyper version of that. It's instant, in your face all the time. At least with the television, the boomers had to go home after dark and watch it, or on Saturday morning. You know what I mean? It was there.
You carry it around in your pocket now.
You carry it around in your pocket. Yeah. And then you get it just as young, if not younger. And here's a tablet, Junior, and just walk away. And these kids live in the digital world, and they communicate differently than kids when I was a kid,
Yeah, they don't even have the concept of what like physical media is.
Right.
Even.
That's weird. Like things that we took for granted, like DVDs, are ancient fucking treasures. Like, what is that? They look at DVDs the way we look at like 8-track players or something.
Dude, Betamax is the future. Fuck you.
Yeah, it's because it's all just in one place, and it's on any screen that they go to, and parents mostly don't give a fuck. Like, I'm a gamer, so I'm a little into circles where I can see what to look out for. I can keep my kid away from being in chat rooms and things like that to some degree right now because he's young. But that'll go behind my back at some point or another.
Well, that is kind of one of the things that I was fortunate, because I mean, both my parents have worked in tech for like a long time. My mom was actually like selling early like computers back in like the 80s. So like she was actually pretty savvy when the internet came along, and like, I was told like don't put your real name or address, out
Good
there
job with that,
online.
Sam.
Like, well, I mean, now that's different, but like
now it's common. Yeah,
now it's common. But I had an alias online for years before I got into.
I think that's going to be the biggest draw to the generations that came after ours, is having, because on the internet everything is forever, and then more and more they're doing their real name, their real location, their real face, Imagine having everything that you did when you were 13 tied to your name forever. For
Yeah,
fucking ever.
I recently got into this, right? You guys might be aware. If not, it's a good episode of my cringing over coffee. I looked at a guy named the Damo here on YouTube, Ethan, and he tied his name when he was real young to a YouTube channel. He put his name in the credits and shit. And so I went and watched it, and I actually felt a little bad for him afterwards, because it's literally, he got turned into a meme when he was 13 because he did a video about how to use a slide whistle, and he was acting stupid or whatever, right? And it went viral, and he had a bunch of people hate on him and make fun of his video, and it fucking clearly hurt his feelings. And then he tried to recapture that fame in other ways, and he made these really cringy videos, but like, he's like 15, 16 years old. I can't laugh at him too hard, you know what I mean? Because that would suck if I had videos of me when I was 15 years old, because I was a corny fucking handball too.
Yeah,
That's the thing I have to point out to people all the time. It's just, we were all young and stupid at one point. We've done some stupid shit. If you're on the internet now, you've done some stupid shit. Everybody has.
But then combine that with the short attention spans and the kind of like things that go viral and that they're looking at, and kids, you know, the it's harder to shock us, right, as we're becoming parents in the, you know, millennial fucking Zoomer generations, Gen X. We saw more edgy shit than our parents, right? And so harder to shock by our kids, which is part, I think, in some way of the transgender stuff. It's a way to get attention in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, kids are going to more and more extremes to get attention, and they have shorter and shorter attention spans and shorter time horizons. Like a 13-year-old, this is the reason we all did stupid shit when we were 13, doesn't really think about what's going to happen when I'm 40.
No.
No,
You know?
well, I mean, and also, I mean,
Let's
like
make
when
the
I-
Five Nights at Freddy's fandom great again, was all I was saying.
Oh man, they're waiting for it too.
I mean,
Yeah, I
God,
mean,
it
like-
was so sad. Go ahead. Sorry, Sam.
I mean, like, I've been political since I was a teenager, and like I never said anything like really extreme, but I will tell you the thing that also is another factor now is the whole cancel culture mentality. We don't like what you've said, so we're gonna get you canceled, you know.
And it's forever. It goes back forever. You can never undo it.
Right. Yeah, because we've just allowed a Twitter lynch mob to fucking lead us around by the nose. I do feel like that's the dawn of a new day in that regard. Whatever you think about Elon Musk, or if he'll live up to your dreams, hopes, expectations, the one thing you can say is he's fucking shook that beehive to its core in the last week.
He's already lived up to my expectations. He's thrown it into absolute chaos, which is what I wanted. I just wanted it to be shaken up really, really good.
So from here, whatever happens, you know, I'm a wait and see kind of guy.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting because the impact on this is huge. And I think, you know, we talked about them blaming the Russians earlier. I've actually said earlier, I was talking to Shmuley earlier before we came on. I actually think they're going to blame Elon Musk. If the Democrats lose heavily, they're going to blame it on the fact that he said to vote red right after he bought Twitter. 100%, he's going to be the devil.
Well, I mean, here's the weird part. They might not be wrong. The fact that they lost their stronghold of Twitter right before midterms to where they couldn't really fucking manipulate the masses and shit could genuinely move the needle.
I have some wild screenshots of trending Twitter this week. Let me tell you, the trending tab has been on fire.
I know. I've seen some of it. Have you seen the blue tsunami one?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely like not things that would have been trending pre Elon Musk.
Hey, Anus, your favorite gamma is here.
Apex, what
Hello,
up?
fellas. How we doing?
It's been pretty good. I have fucking missed you, man. I've missed your fucking sultry voice.
It's nice to hear you too, buddy. You guys been doing a good. It's pretty. I've actually been listening at work, so good show so far, guys.
Are you still at work, or they're keeping
No,
you
no, no,
away?
no. Yeah, no, I'm home. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
no,
gotten
we're
so
just-
used to using a microphone and headphones that anytime I've tried to do it on the phone, which is how I did it for like a year with you. The first like year was just yelling into my phone speakerphone.
Fun
I'm
times.
I'm used to the microphone now, and I prefer it.
Yeah.
Anyway, what are we
But,
looking at
yeah,
here?
no-
Oh, 45, 46, huh? Is that's a real time map there, Sammy? Yeah. Okay. It
Yep.
says live. Okay. Is there anything exciting that's happened, or is it all kind of what has been expected?
Pretty much.
Pretty much what's expected. I mean, it's not, it's not 3 a.m. yet, so they haven't been able to.
Yeah, we haven't got the secret ballot trucks or anything.
We haven't gotten the secret ballot trucks yet, but the night is still young, as they
The night is
say.
young. You know, it would be really funny if we get a reversal of the that little arc meme from Biden. You know, the overnight ballots where it jumped straight up over the red line. If we get the reverse of that, and Republicans are like, what? I mean, look, we all know it's bullshit. It's all bullshit. There's so much bullshit going on. Yeah, your vote counts. You should vote. Whatever. But come on. I mean,
I'm just saying, there's a big difference between fortification and there's no fucking way. I'm just saying.
No doubt. And that's my point, though. Is that, like, they got away
Let's be
with
real.
that.
Both sides fucking cheat, and we all know that both sides fucking cheat. What happened in 2020 wasn't cheating. That was like screen peeking while playing his odd job with fucking aimbot. Okay.
Oh,
That was
damn.
mega
That's an
cheating.
excellent reference too, by the way. But no, that's my point. Is like if somehow the script was flipped and something similar happens in some key, a couple of key states, just be like, what? There's precedence for this motherfucker. Election. I mean, look. Our attention span, I was listening a little bit ago, we were talking about kids' attention span and social media and all that shit you guys were talking about. But the truth is, all of our attention, the average human adult's attention span is that of a fucking flea.
True.
Or a chipmunk or something. You know what I mean? It's
That,
absurd.
That was also in my video.
Yeah.
I was just hyper focused on children.
Yeah.
But yes, that's very true as well. The same
Right.
effect is prevalent on us as well as older generations, the boomers included, by the effect of media on shortening attention span. Sorry if I wasn't clear about that.
Oh, no. I wasn't like trying to counter you. I was just in addition to, and unfortunately I haven't seen your video, but I'll check it out because I do like your content. You make good stuff, man.
Well,
thank you for doing so, by the way.
Appreciate it.
That's true that we all have a short attention span, but then I mean, like, it's weird because we all have a short attention span, but then people will also sit down for like 3 or 4 hours and listen to Joe Rogan interview.
Well, let me clarify actually what I was getting at. I don't even know that it's an attention span thing. I mean it is a factor, but I just think the people running the show know exactly, they know how to weaponize it. And every fucking election cycle or, opportune disaster, without naming any specifically historically, it's gaslighting kind of, you know what I mean? They lie. And all the experts, all the talking heads, all the professionals, the people that you've gotten good news from before, or good information that's been helpful.
Now I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No, but then I don't know. I mean, I guess
or the Gulf of Tonkin.
I feel like Right, and those are decades ago now.
Yeah. Well, it's
so-
funny because it can apply to so many things, even though we all kind of knew which one you're talking about.
But just think about how much better they've gotten behind the scenes at figuring out how this shit worked. Like we're just
And worse.
Yeah, right.
In
And more
both directions.
focused and more
Because they-
focused on specific goals, you know.
They've become less competent, right? At the same time, that's the thing.
Yeah.
This is my take on the managerial elite, guys. I know, big think here, right? I
Mhm.
don't think like the people running the show, so to speak, sit down and talk about it.
No.
I think
No, I
they
don't
have
think so either.
aligned goals, and it's all very obvious to them what they should be doing, and they act autonomously because they all believe the same bullshit.
I think
And you want to know
power-
what George Soros thinks on an issue, you don't have to speculate behind closed doors. You can go to George Soros's website and read what he says. And yes, it is some dark shit that will scare you, but he's not doing it in secret.
Well,
and they're all
and-
reading it.
Right.
Yeah, no.
And well, but hold on, Sammy. I mean, there's a public Bilderberg group, you know, that you know, Alex, I mean, if something like that can be public, where world leaders, industry, politically gather behind closed doors, and typically behind, at least the last time I paid attention, behind it looked like the fucking White House, barbed wire, 8-foot barbed wire fences
I'm not
and
saying
armed
they
guards.
don't talk. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that there's not micro conspiracies, but overarching, they just believe the same shit. Right?
Yeah.
And so you don't have to sit down and talk to a true believer and tell him what to do. They know
Yeah,
what
it's
to do.
power
Yeah,
corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Is what that is.
Right. Yeah.
No, but it's also they have literal playbooks. Like they're all reading
Yeah.
rules for radicals. They're all acting out very specific things in an intention to do.
See, I actually
Very
disagree. I
specific
think part of the Democrats' problem with losing is that they're not reading rules for radicals, because they're failing to do what the rules are, which is force
That's
your
what
opponent
I'm
to play by
saying,
your
though.
rules.
They've become less competent at keeping the fucking facade up because
There you
they're
go.
lazy. Because
You know-
they've gotten so good at fucking zoning people out and getting them not to care.
I just had an interesting thought. Like we were just talking about us as citizens and our kids, and how just as a society, how we've all we had a foundation built for us through, the quote unquote greatest generation, and prior to that too, various forms of suffering, but a lot of hard work went into this country in the early
Yeah.
days. I don't think there's any argument about that, but the I think the same is probably true of the political elite. I think they're just as fucking dumb and lazy
Yes.
and unfocused as everybody else in this gen. And now,
Have
mind you, most of them are 1,000 years old at this point. But
Have you read Tucker Carlson's book Ship of Fools?
I have.
I actually can't read. But
Damn.
It's on
that's
Audible and it's really good.
Yeah, no, he really goes into the kind of nitty gritty.
Like
exactly
I
what you
didn't
said.
like Tucker Carlson until I read that book, and it really gives him room to kind of express not only what he thinks, but how he got there and why he thinks that. That's
Yeah.
a great fucking book.
right
Well,
on.
The
Go ahead.
important bit is that basically what he's saying is like the elites back in the day in this country mostly came from like the robber baron class, or whatever you want to refer to it as, and the
Yeah.
tycoons, right? And they rose to power and they started lobbying and getting their guys in with corrupt means in some cases, and that is kind of the soft power that developed, right? But the ones that they were picking at the time were their top men, right? The people that helped them get to where they're going. So if you're the Rockefeller or you're the fucking whatever, you're number one, number two guys, you're gonna get cushy positions for them. You're gonna take care of their families and shit like that. You're installing your own bureaucracy, essentially.
Sure.
And that's what all the the laws regarding monopoly were about. It was more about the trust, the breaking of trust between the people and the government, and all that with the corporation.
Yeah,
And,
and I mean,
this is nothing new, is my point.
Yeah, and all I can do is think about the handful of like really rich kids that I knew
Exactly.
in high school, and how fucking retarded almost all of them were.
Right.
But
so those top guys were great, right? They were, geniuses in their field and doing all these fucking cool things. And then their kids, were probably worked hard
Kind
because
of
they had to
retarded.
work. No, their
Yeah.
kids were fine. The kids isn't the one that gets you because they're the first generation. They grew up with a working parent, essentially, right? It's the
Yeah.
rags to riches happens in the second generation.
Right.
And that's what we're dealing with because it was like the robber barons, elite left behind a generation of stupid kids 2 generations later that are spoiled rich kids that have never had to fucking do a thing in their life and are supposed to get funneled into this system that's basically a gravy train, but you have to stamp a few things and kiss a few babies, right? Like
Right.
it's otherwise it's a really cushy, easy.
What you're
job to
saying is all these people are Billy Madison.
yes,
Okay.
that's literally it.
And you know what? They're a much smaller sample size, but I think the same. I think it's safe to say the same can be said about the political quote unquote elite as of the general population. While most of us are dumbed down and with all these negative traits that come with the current time, I don't think it's obviously not all of us are. We're not all fat and lazy. There's professional athletes. We're not all fucking dumb. There's smart people.
And in some cases, people are more efficient and better at things than ever. I like to point out, like on the positive side of things, I see people doing some amazing productive things with their time, knowing all the same, things going wrong as everybody else, and still like
still be productive,
being able
right?
to do something good,
Yeah, and I guess my overarching point was that I think that there has to be really smart, manipulative, and just evil people in these positions of power. There has to be at least
oh, for sure,
several, And I mean, they show themselves all the time, but again, it goes back to our short attention span. All it takes is some mass fucking tragedy of whatever flavor, and and then 9/11, for instance. Like the country's never been more fucking united, and we still don't know that. Anyway.
Yeah, and then the aftermath of that is took away
Patriot Act.
many civil rights and many lives of my generation specifically, because I graduated in 2002. That means that 9/11 happened my senior year in high school.
Whoa.
And all my friends signed up. I was rejected, but all the men in my, because I come from a small town in Massachusetts, a very small town actually. It's a farm town, and there weren't many of us, right? But it was patriotic and right wing, and I know,
of course,
it's Massachusetts. How could that be? But it's a little redneck town in Massachusetts.
I was 3 years behind you, but even I felt that shit.
I was way behind. I was way behind all of you guys, and I still came from a redneck town in Southern California, of all places.
Yeah, see, they.
Good evening, Mr. Vickers.
How are you?
There's rural places out there, aren't there?
Is Mrs. Vickers on her mic yet?
Yep, I'm here
okay.
too.
So we're both
Mrs.
here.
Vickers, good evening.
Both
Good
of you.
evening.
We're just chilling.
Thank
I'm going
you
to
for
turn my
joining us.
camera off for a
Hi,
second.
Mom. Hi, Dad.
Hi, genius anus. I'm going to turn my camera off and eat, but I'll turn my mic off, and Mrs. Vickers will, join in. 'Cause she knows more about politics than I do.
You know what?
I just
I've conditioned Sam's audience for about a year. They love when you eat on mic.
Any Doritos, Mr. Vickers? You need some Doritos.
The problem is if I just turn off my camera and don't mute my microphone, it won't sound like food. You guys are going, what the fuck is that guy doing off camera? His wife's across the room. Is that chicken enchiladas or is that something else? I'm just trying to talk about.
Oh, that could be a
politics
fun
here,
game.
people.
What is Mr. Vickers?
Oh,
eating?
Zeldin lost. Fuck.
He's shoving his whole hand into an industrial-sized jar of mayonnaise.
That's not exactly where I was going with that, but thanks.
Yeah. So, Mrs. Vickers, do you have any predictions? Are you surprised by anything thus far? How you feeling?
I'm a little disappointed in that I thought that some of the polling I was hoping was underrepresenting Republicans. But look so much that way. I question who makes these decisions on polling and whether that may have been partially intentional to suppress Republican votes. I don't know. But
That sounds like conspiracy to me.
I know.
What's
The older I get, the more I believe in conspiracy.
I'm telling you, man.
Sounds like business as usual to me.
Yeah.
what's going on in California on your end by?
Yeah, well, fortunately, we live in a purple area, but near some very red areas, like where our shop is.
Yeah.
So at least I have some local hope, very local, because of course the state,
Right.
is a lost cause, unfortunately, at this point. I'm even though I believe more in conspiracies, I still am somewhat optimistic that California might be salvageable, but I don't think it's anytime soon.
How bad
Is-
would you say inflation is over there? Because it's obviously regional to a degree.
Oh shit!
Yeah, the gas
Yeah,
prices
give us some numbers.
the gas prices are, I think, where it shows the most. I mean, we've
I bet.
paid over $7 a gallon many times in the
But-
last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But gas is the lowest it's been since July. I'm Joe Biden.
Yeah. Well, what the last time we paid
I
over
love
7,
that.
I think, was just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I love the gaslighting recently with the gas prices are lower than they've been since right after I took office.
The gaslighting.
That's
And
what
Sam has said that quote twice tonight. The gas prices are the lowest they've been since July. Who was president in
He
July?
said-
It
He
must have been the other guy.
He specifically said that gas was $5 when he took office, and everybody knows that's bullshit.
That is a straight up lie. Like that
Yeah.
is the definition of gaslighting.
It was
at
just a
least,
flat-out lie.
except for you guys. At least if we're talking about this way, can we call it gaslighting? Just so we get it right.
No, it's literal
Gaslighting squared.
gaslight squared, yeah.
And of
I
course,
just
like
choked on my fucking
the easiest
water.
fact check ever, it was like $2.35 the day he
Yeah.
took office. Obviously,
Yeah, I think I had seen it was like 238 or something, but
Yeah.
very, very close to that.
and
Yeah.
it's
It got under $2 up in Northwest Indiana.
my
during
favorite. My favorite
Not
Joe
here in
Biden gaffe
California.
of the week, though.
Yeah.
Did you guys catch this? That he said he's going to shut down all the coal plants yesterday.
Yep.
Oh, goody.
Oh,
And
yeah.
no more drilling.
The day before the midterms, Joe's just going
and
for
the
broke,
press,
baby.
and the press secretary is like, "Oh, I mean, it was loud, and I mean, he might have said something different." It's like fucking shit. It's on
Yeah,
tape,
yeah, yeah.
lady.
That's
it's-
been the really weird thing too, and Tim Pool has pointed this out a lot. How the press secretary will come out and say, "Actually, that's not what's going to happen," but the president just said it. Yeah, but
Yeah.
actually, that's not what's going to happen. Who's fucking in charge here?
Right.
I think
And-
it's mostly Dr. Joe Biden who's in charge.
Right.
Now I may be biased because of
I mean,
our situation, but still,
Fuck you.
Well, that's what happened with Woodrow Wilson.
yeah.
if we're gonna, well, 45 made or the God Emperor himself made some sort of weird gaffe the other day too, didn't he? Ron DeSanctimonious. I
Is that a
believe.
gaff?
Yeah.
Is that a gaff or is that?
I don't
No.
even. I don't even know what that means.
That's
a
I don't know what he's
Trumpism,
trying to
man.
say.
That was
Well,
him
what-
warning DeSantis, "Don't you run for president," or I don't think that our friendship means a damn thing.
Yeah. But I saw a lot of look, I've been on this show with Sam for I don't even know how many years now. At least 2.
3.
Eh,
I think.
3. Okay. And I don't pay attention to politics. I only a lot of it I learn from bullshit on Twitter and then on this show.
That's a good way to be, honestly.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I don't
Back
really
before
care.
2016, politics were like my fucking hobby, and then everybody kind of got in on it, and it became less fun.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
The whole Trump phenomenon and doing this show did make me, read and actually like think about or care about a few things for a little bit more than I
That's
had
more than
previously.
that's more than you get out of most Americans.
Right.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Well, you're clearly thinking about things, right? You've made some really solid points. So
Well,
how
no, I
you-
mean, I'm always
how
thinking
you-
about things. I try. There's too many other. I mean, this is the overarching important thing, right, in our lives. But there's too many immediately important things for me to think about. I am mentally ill. I'm kind of retarded. I don't know if you guys have ever watched the show or listened to
that
the show
never,
before.
hey, that never
But
stopped.
You
our
are in
show.
good
I'm
company, my
actually-
friend.
I'm actually not smart at all. Whatever smarts I have is overshadowed greatly by just laziness to the craziest degree. But
Well,
That's pretty based. I'm not gonna lie.
but hold on. I mean, I think Mrs. V was just talking about local, and that's the biggest thing that everybody's missing. Maybe not in this chat specifically, but no one pays attention to politics because this shit's shoved down our fucking throat. While there is your local school board, your fucking, all those people that you guys can name the positions of.
I will say this: parents, by and large, are getting involved on that level now. It took a lot. I'm not gonna like sugarcoat it and say, "Oh, it's this." It took a lot, right? You had to get in parents' faces for them to start.
Show their kids
But-
pornography.
Yeah, we went to like 2 school board meetings, and that's when we decided to fucking homeschool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was
I think
such a
too.
nightmare. It's just so fucking ridiculous.
I mean, that's the obvious answer, and it's just it's incredibly.
it's very difficult to do. I
Well,
mean,
the
and
obvious,
very
no,
difficult.
the obvious,
everything's
the
set
obvious
up to where it's
answer-
hard to do.
It's
the
right. That's what I was gonna
obvious
say.
answer is school choice, in my humble opinion, which involves that, right? Basically, give the families the money that they would have their kid would have received if they went to public school to
Yep.
homeschool them. Like every kid gets a voucher to go to the school, whatever school you want to go to. That was Trump's policy, by the way. That was one of the major reasons I supported him in 2020.
Yeah.
Aside from like I support him on a lot of things, but like school choice. And the thing is, that's an issue that does cut across a couple of lines. One, it's a really heavily supported in Black and Hispanic communities type of policy because
Yeah.
they get to send their kid to the school that they get to choose.
Yep.
Rather than and then public schools have to step up their game to compete for that money anyway.
Yeah, school
Um,
choice was one of the things that I think really first kind of cemented me on the conservative side. And that would have been, back when I was 18 or 19, and having even back then just experienced the public school system. I was looking around and seeing all these schools that had, programs and classes and opportunities and things that we didn't have. I didn't go to a bad high school, but
Right.
it was kind of average. And but just to see all these things that I would have killed for, you know, just really got me thinking about, well, why isn't there a competition?
I got a thinker for you. Who wants to hear a story before I go back to my chicken enchiladas?
Let's go.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Here's
get
my
my
story.
pillow real quick.
What?
I'm gonna get my pillow real quick. Hang on.
Fuck you. Anyway, all right. So when we really made the decision that we're going to stop this public school shit and go homeschool was when my now 14-year-old was in kindergarten and first grade.
Right.
Ari went our second. What was his last fucking year of school before we went to homeschool?
Who?
William.
He would have been third grade.
Fuck! I doxed his name. No, I'm not. We're good. We're okay. It's been doxed before. Anyway, the point is he's in like the second or third year of school, right? And he had, when he was younger, man, he'd get allergy seasons, and especially when he started school, he'd catch everybody's colds, and he'd get super, super sick for like a day or two, and then he'd just get better, but 2 days later he'd get sick again. healthy kid now. But it got to the point he was missing a lot of school, and so they got to call this fucking meeting. And and I understand for them, it's the bureaucracy, right? The state's forcing them to call us in so that they can have this discussion that he is missing too much school, even though he's sick, right? Do you want us to bring him to school when he's sick? Oh, absolutely not. He needs to be home if he's sick. Okay, so basically I led in with this meeting with, look, you guys, I understand we got to have this meeting. And so if we can just all agree that the point of this meeting is ridiculous and we're just going through the motions, we're all on the same page, right? And we can sit and have the meeting. And one of the teachers, who was actually Faith's first kindergarten teacher, had known me at that point for a long time, goes, yeah, we get it. It's nonsense. But the other teacher, who I think was our oldest son's kindergarten teacher, she just, nope. She was like, no, we can't say that. Here's the thing is, it's important to be at school because, there's school spirit and blah, blah, blah. Okay, but you just said he needs to be home if he's sick. Well, he does. Okay. And when it got to the point where she was saying, well, what you need to do is bring your sick kid to school just long enough for him to get roll
for 15 minutes
and then take him home. That's when I said, go fuck yourself, because it was simply a matter of they needed to check the box so that they could get paid for him having quote unquote attendance for that day. If you take a kid to school, at least in this area, and then take them out after the roll's called, it still shows that the kid was there, regardless of whether the resources were used for anything or not.
You know what that's called? That's called lazy.
Yeah. Well, not for me. I had to fucking take my sick kid.
Yeah, not for you. It's typical fucking government laziness, right? It's like, let's find the loophole to get around this bullshit so I can still fill out my piece of paper.
Right. Instead of just calling it bullshit.
Yeah.
All right. Genius Anus, I hope you didn't put too much time on that pillow.
I'm fine. I'm
going back to my enchiladas. Okay.
I'm awake.
I fucking hate that kind of bureaucratic red tape bullshit more than anything, because that costs you more money. All the shit that you worry about them spending money on, 90% of the the money that they're spending is on bureaucratic bullshit. Just always remember that.
Tell them about the new superintendent.
Yeah.
God.
So we have a pretty small, our actual home district, which is not where we attend anymore. And we only have about 800 kids in the district. So they needed a new superintendent, and it's a little hard to draw, we're not totally in the middle of nowhere, but probably not a huge draw for people who are looking for an exciting entree into professional life. And so they ended up selling one of our schools so that they could pay a new grad $1 million a year to be our superintendent. And it's just like,
and they only sold the school for $1.9 million. They couldn't even cover her fucking salary for 2 years.
That's the other thing people don't know about these bureaucracies.
Left,
It's not that, like, the teachers get paid too much in a lot of cases, right? But they're not actually the real problem. It's the fucking staff. It's the bureaucracy.
Administration 100% is overspent in at least all the schools out here. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
they do the least work of anybody.
We have a friend who is a elementary school teacher, and it's let's see, how do I phrase it? Low opportunity zone, and she makes over $100,000 a year.
That's Mrs. V trying not to be racist.
I didn't want to say because Alan Powell in chat said no teachers are the problem equally. Yes, but for different reasons.
Right.
Some of them though, the libs of TikTok shit with those fucking freak show teachers. I've never actually met one of those, and I'm a Californian. I'm sure they're out here, right? But they're a vast minority of the teachers I've actually met. Most of the teachers I met were okay. Some of them were complete fucking retards, but administration's been the biggest problem we've ever had.
Well, you got to deal with the teachers yourself on a case by case basis, or not.
Right.
And,
Yeah, teachers are just like anybody else, man. You can't just throw them all into a group. Sorry, go ahead.
Well,
Overall, there is a leftist bent to teachers. Don't get me wrong, around here anyway. But like,
well, the other
they're not
problem
pushing that kind of shit.
The other problem is too with education. There are two factors. There are teachers, but there are also teachers unions, which are heavily, left wing, and always have been.
Yeah.
But then there's also like McGraw Hill and like all these like, textbook like education companies that like
Did you say
basically.
Negro Hill?
God damn it!
Is that like a Civil War thing? Is that
Now
like
I
a Civil War
gotta,
thing?
now I gotta drop out of this. Now I gotta drop out of this stream, man. I got a professional
Hey.
life to live out here.
I said,
It's not. That's not the N word. That's what I thought I heard him say.
no, I said
It was just
McGraw
Spanish. I
Hill.
said negro.
Yeah, it means black in Spanish. All right. Anyway, go ahead, Sammy. I'm sorry.
I said McGraw Hill. Or
Very different. Thank you for clarifying.
It
Or
means
any-
black in English too, right?
Well,
I think so.
Well, Apex, you and I just automatically hear racist things on the internet, even when they're not racist, because of our side of the internet. But
No, Sam, I'm just doing what I've been doing for 3 years and just derailing the fuck out of whatever you're saying or whatever the conversation is. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
but no, well, what I was gonna say though is, a lot of it is the teachers unions and the education companies themselves. Like teachers don't even teach that much anymore themselves. They just pull whatever the pre-taught curriculum is.
Yeah, the curriculum. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that got like federalized into the system. Reagan, that was actually one of Reagan's promises. He was going to disband the Board of Education, and he did not do that. That's one of the big like hurts. If you care about education, like these things matter. And then now that I have a kid, I double care, right? Because I look at the state of education in this country, and okay, you can say the answer is to homeschool your kids, but you have to remember that everybody else's kids are going to those public schools, and so it does affect your life.
Yeah, and not
Yep.
everybody can homeschool. I mean,
Right.
Yeah,
we've got the most ideal situation probably possible, and I mean, it's one of the reasons why we were on so much later into the stream was because I'm still trying to finish all the paperwork and everything else that has to be done for the meeting tomorrow. Because
I told her Sam was going to be really sad if she had to go to bed and couldn't join us. She's like, I'll do it. I'll do it. I guilted her for you, Sammy.
I am curious though. Like, does the state have like regulations and whatnot for homeschool?
oh my
schooling?
God,
Because
Did you just ask
absolutely.
if California had regulations?
if the state or if like every state has different, because that's more close to the answer.
Every
Well,
state
yeah,
has
if-
them, though. Yes.
if every state, because I mean, kind of the general misconception about like homeschoolers is that if you homeschool your kid, you can basically teach them whatever the fuck you want to, and like
Which
and
is
that's
not
that.
true at all. That is
Yeah,
that is not.
well,
well,
yeah.
you have to teach them. I mean, the big thing that we're up doing today is cross-referencing work samples and writing up a report for the supervising teacher so that we can just like, it's basically we're checking in with our kids to make sure they're not retarded for this meeting. Like, you still know how to do shit, right? I guess so, Dad. Okay, good.
and they still take the state standardized tests.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let me.
Which
Can I-
which the,
Go ahead, Sam.
which those the state standardized tests, those are a fucking waste of time if you want to know my opinion. Those
Well,
it's
are
also
absolutely nothing for
testing
you.
if
Of
they're
course they
retarded,
are,
basically.
but like, so we've been talking about the bureaucracy being the problem a lot because I'm here and that's what I like to talk about, right? And the thing about standardized tests is that's the grease that makes the bureaucracy run. You see,
Yep.
these career bureaucrats, they need to get into a position that's as easy as possible for as much money as possible, where people will ask as little questions as possible. And that's one of their hidey holes that you just mentioned. They like to get into that position, and then they can use it to grease the wheels so that they keep their position and have a nice chummy little process going on, and not have to do any actual work or anything of value.
One of the things that's frustrating about the situation we're in is California is constantly trying to add new regulations, essentially to catch up to school and say, either you fucked up and you owe us money, or you fucked up and we're going to close you down.
Right.
And so all that comes back on the parents, as you have to do the paperwork right so that the school won't get fined. And our school is one of the it's like the 6th opened charter school in the state of California, and it's a model school for other charters. And yet it doesn't matter. The state of California is still desperate to shut us down.
Every year they get fucked with. Every year they have to change something. It's insane.
So the school's producing good education and well-educated children, but the state still wants to shut them down.
Because it's not the school producing the well-educated, good children. It's the parents.
Right.
I will say Massachusetts, also being a deep blue state, isn't as dire as that. I think about private and charter and not, they call it, non-traditional forms of schooling. Luckily, right? So because it's in the Massachusetts Constitution, you have a right to an education. And so they kind of treat private schools a little differently here. There's a lot of religious private schools as well. A lot.
Yeah, and we have a lot of private schools. And we have a fair number of charter schools, but a lot of them are have homeschooling options attached to them the way ours does.
Yeah, we can actually teach the kids religious curriculum. We just can't ask the school to pay for that curriculum.
Right.
Because basically we get the money that the school would get for our kids' education, and they take that and they actually give it to the parents and say, you can use this for your kids' education, as far as picking the books that you want them to use, and if you take them to soccer practice or whatever, then they'll pay for it out of those funds.
Yeah. And when we want to do something different, because you all know we're hardcore Satanists out here in California, and we got to order a bunch of copies. It's hard to find a good supplier for the Satanic Bible for a 5-year-old, right? Because
it's actually not. You can get it on Amazon.
Yeah, it's very easy.
You got to have the right, the right.
I like the coloring books myself.
Yeah, you don't even have to stay inside the fucking lines with the Satanic Bible coloring book for kids. You just do.
I want to give you guys some anecdotal evidence of, it was by far the best public school experience I think that might exist. Only because I was a bad kid. And I know Sam's laughing already, but I'm being serious here. You know how you fuck up in school, they send you to in-school suspension or whatever. And if you're like a real bad kid, at least back in the 90s and early 2000s, they'd send you to like an alternative education program, which was like a building outside of there, and you were basically in jail but still in school. You had to sit in a cubicle and shit. Right. Okay. So when I moved to Oklahoma, I got in trouble several times, and I guess my dad was my biological father, who none of that matters. My father was someone in that community, and I don't know what the fuck he pulled, or if it was just. Anyway, there's a place called Project Hope, and it is the campus is at a vocational school, Francis Tuttle. There's several, or at least there was at the time, at least 3. A vocational school that adults pay thousands of dollars a semester to learn automotive or IT or cosmetics or botany, whatever.
A trade, yeah.
Yes, right, exactly. It's a trade. It was a trade school, but they built an additional building for fuck up high schoolers to go and do an alternative form of learning while getting a trade for free for being a piece of like for being a bad kid, effectively. But not just a bad kid. They put you through some paces. You talk to a bunch of different people and they assessed if you were an actual piece of shit or just misguided. So, like, I learned my art class I took from a professional artist that, knew John Lennon and all this shit like that. But the way I learned my actual high school stuff, you didn't go to classes. It was a big horseshoe building with glass walls from 4 foot up so you could see from one side to the other. You sat in a little space, and none of this is perfect. I'm just describing setting the scene for you.
Yeah.
And you and 10 or 12 other kids sat in this one little wedge of this horseshoe, and you had an advisor, the one person that you dealt with all day. Now, you from there, you had learning activity packets, laps, sometimes dozens, and then a test at the end for a credit, whatever the class, whatever the subject, whatever. There was actually at least twice in my time here, they had one of these sections cordoned off for a 13-year-old kid who was a fucking genius and didn't need to go to school. He just needed the credits. So he would come and do the laps at his own pace. There was no direction. You didn't have to go to science at 8 o'clock, homeroom. You had a lunch, but you got an hour and a half off campus. You could go home and take a nap if you wanted to. And in a lot of cases, go, do cocaine or any manner of other drugs, like some of the other degenerates. Because again, a lot of us were degenerates. But
oh shit, that reminds me, I was going to start drinking.
Yeah.
Really
But my point is like, it was, those people cared. It was less. There weren't so many. I'm sure they made good money. But the one thing that I regret most of all of it is I did not pay attention in my because I took IT and I played fucking pogo pool all day and talked to other people on the server network in other classrooms. But it was so it's not a perfect endorsement for the idea, but it made so much.
It's not one size fits all. And
no,
I have 2 brothers that went to a vocational high school. Which was the same high school I went to, but they had like a vocational wing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the guys that went out and worked in there, they either had carpentry, they had auto mechanic, they had a couple like that, right? And my brother, I think, did woodworking. My other brother, I think, was doing auto. I have a lot of friends that went through that program and shit. I'm a big supporter of that because some kids learn with their hands.
I woke up this morning doing some woodworking and learning with my hands.
I'm one of them, yeah.
Not every kid in the world. Let's just call a spade a spade. Not every kid in the world needs.
I got splinters in mine.
Racist.
Not every kid in the world needs to be a Harvard graduate, right? Like, not every kid needs to be a doctor or a lawyer.
No.
We fucking need mechanics, and a lot of kids are good at working on cars.
And then we're seeing a loss. We're seeing a loss of that because a bachelor's degree is pretty much fucking worthless now.
Yeah,
dude.
I mean, not just like in women's studies and everything else. I have my bachelor's in fucking. I have a bachelor's in science and economics. Thank God I run my own business because nobody gives a shit right now unless it's graduate school.
So do you have any idea how fucking much money like specialty mechanics make? Like if you just focus on diesel engines.
I got another anecdote that's more modern. Is a family member of my wife, right? Is a young guy.
So you're a family member?
When he was in, well, it's whatever.
Sorry.
He's in the special trade program they have at his high school. He was a gifted athlete, right? And everybody wanted him to go to college to play, football. And he dropped out of it. He was like, no, I want to weld. I want to do metalworking. And he got an apprenticeship right out of high school through the teacher because he worked real hard. And that kid is now 23, drives a brand new Corvette he bought off the lot, fucking cash on site.
Yeah, dude.
Like This kid's fucking balling right now. He doesn't work that many hours. He's out there welding.
Well,
Yeah.
and of course, to do that as a doctor or some other professional, that takes you years, and you've got just an enormous amount of debt that you have to pay back. So, how beneficial is it really? Other than if you love it,
I mean, that's why
maybe if
trade
you got your
schools and
heart set
ahead.
on, like I had my heart set being on a veterinarian. I would have done that even if even having to pay 100,000 plus in student loans, and it would be probably 15 years before I made $100,000 a year. I still would have
Sure.
done it because I
Yeah.
loved it. But that's not why a lot of kids go to college or why they choose their majors or
They don't
anything
even
else.
go to college with an idea of what they want to do.
Nope.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
this is the biggest waste of time of it all if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, at least stay out of college and think about it rather than wasting the 100,000 a year to go and sit there and think about it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is I think it can be both. It's both extremes. Like it's the potential for both. It could be the worst fucking thing you've ever done, and will haunt you for the rest of your life with that debt, or you can. If it's something, it has to be
It can
something
be a
you care
gateway
about.
to the stars. You're right. You're not wrong.
It has to be something you care about, man, and that goes for just about anything in life.
Yeah.
Like if you want to be successful, you need to care.
But if you love welding, then my problem is I don't think that society should be looking down on you because your love is welding and you don't want to go to college and be a veterinarian.
Look, man,
Yeah.
I don't think most of this country does look down on.
That's the truth. They don't.
They
It's
don't.
the elite.
It's the fucking
Yeah.
Twitter check marks that look down on
And
blue
perhaps
collar
you
motherfuckers.
Californians, maybe a little bit.
Too
to some
much,
degree.
yeah.
Well,
I'm not better though because I'm Californian. I'm just better.
Of course
'cause I'm
not.
Better.
No, I was just speaking. I was lumping you in with your whole state. I was actually realistically lumping you in with like 3 cities in your state. But anyway,
no, because you're better because you're the goddamn coin merchant. Let's be
God,
honest.
fucking A. Oh Jesus!
Um,
Pure gasoline. This whiskey. Oh.
No, I mean as long as we're talking anecdotes, I remember one of the things that always seemed weird, and we have a man dying on stream, folks.
who?
I guess Vickers can't hold his whiskey.
I gotta get it in before I can hold it. Oh Jesus! That's too much.
But no, what I was saying is, I remember my
Vickers
freshman-
getting pegged by Mrs. V live on air.
I remember my.
I don't
my
even have a
freshman-
response to that. Fuck. I'm sorry, Sam. Go ahead.
Yeah,
But
just let
this-
Sammy
this-
keep mumbling.
Fucking genius, and he just gave me a fucking visual that I did not like.
Yeah, he'll do that. But anyway, my freshman year of high school, I remember freshman orientation. They told us you need to start thinking out where you want to go to college and what you want to major in on day 1 of my freshman year of high school, and I'm like, I just got here like 5 minutes ago, and you're already telling me I need to think about college. Give me some fucking time. But that's like high school counselors are worthless.
Agreed.
Damn.
Yeah, they don't.
Damn. Now, I'm getting nostalgic as fuck for Project Hope, man. I'm sitting here remembering my art teacher. Damn, he was cool as fuck. Anyway.
Yeah, no,
What were we talking about?
they're-
School counselors, of course. Yeah, they're the same as the rest of them, if not worse. In probably a lot of cases.
Yeah.
They may be the best though. They may be the best among the group, the one that care. But if they do, they won't last long.
Well,
because the
when
bureaucracy will eat them alive.
what was the position of that one lady you made cry over the faith incident?
Oh, that was the counselor at her junior high.
But was she a counselor? Was
shit.
she a counselor though?
Yeah.
Or because I thought her technical title was something like conflict resolution supervisor.
Well, that was when she applied to herself, but she was a counselor.
Oh, okay. So, gosh, she was a fucking idiot.
Yeah, there was a girl that was throwing rocks at Faith's head, and
None of them hit. That's not what happened, people.
and no, there are other problems involved. But we had said, you've got to do something about this. You can't let this girl throw rocks at our daughter. And they're just like, well, we can't do anything about it. And I'm like, you can't even take her out of the same class with the girl that's throwing rocks at her head. And pretty much, I told her this whole situation is stupid, that you guys can't manage a simple conflict like one kid throwing rocks at another kid.
Yeah.
And so she started crying because she said that I didn't.
Not Faith. Not like
not
seventh
Faith.
grade Faith. This is the counselor.
Because I didn't appreciate her enough and didn't say thank you enough.
Jesus Christ.
Oh God.
I couldn't even believe what I was hearing on the other end of the phone.
I was on speaker. I'm trying not to laugh.
It's
in the
probably
background.
performative, though. You know what I mean? It's I don't even believe half of these people.
It didn't work. It
Yeah.
had the opposite effect.
It's not though. Like it's
No,
not. They really
Most of
like,
it isn't. You're right.
the true believers of like this kind of shit, the bureaucratic authoritarianism basically is what it is. Because it comes in left and right wing flavors sometimes.
Yeah.
It's infuriating because it's a wall of bullshit. Like they have their own cultic speak.
Yeah.
That if you don't know, they use it as a bludgeon to make you feel stupid. This is
Sure.
a thing very common with not just teachers, but you'll find this in all fields that are kind of have this elitist mentality where they have words that they all agree on the definition of, but if you're paying attention, it means three different things 3 different times, but
Yeah.
they'll use the same word. And they'll do things like that to try and talk around or over your head. Because people are like, oh, well, parents should just wake up. Look, these people are smooth talking salesmen in a lot of cases that come off as one thing and then the door closes and they're another. And that's tough to navigate as a parent.
Yeah, we had chat ask these Californians how much they love the gun laws. We don't. I got a lot of stuff when I got my FFL. That was really easy to do. And so I managed to pick up a decent amount of stuff that I wouldn't be able to get on the normal market, shall we say. So if you want to go out and get your FFL, it's a lot better. And it's it's nickel and diming on the state side. But federally, it's easy to do as long as you have a clean background.
I can tell you, Alan, that if you ever met Mr. Vickers, both of you two would be instant best friends. Because Alan is one of the biggest gun nuts I know in the best way possible. And
yeah, he also might be a little much for Mr. Vickers. You know, you've never met Mr. Vickers. You know, you're asserting such things. You know,
you may be surprised.
Oh yeah, no, I'm the Californian. Me and Mrs. Vickers are the Californian that Californians dislike.
Well, I would want to be that person too, for sure.
Yeah. Well, that's we both grew up in an extremely red town with pretty much extremely red parents. Not Native American folks, not that kind of red.
Whoa!
Oh,
you're getting on me for saying Negro, for assuming or for hearing Sammy say Negro and then repeating it. Damn! Look at you, Mr. Hypocrite. That's what we're gonna call you now.
I believe they prefer to be called people of TP.
No joke. My mom moved. She moved from Southern California to Chiloquin, Oregon, for a while. Huge Native American population in Chiloquin, Oregon, and it is one of the how many people were in Chiloquin? Now, sorry, that whiskey's kicking in. How many people were in Chiloquin?
Yeah, for me.
Yeah, it'll be a good time. Just pick me up off the ground.
Yeah, I think that there was like maybe 1,000.
1,000 people, right? We grew up in Southern California. My mom was in Chiloquin for less than 5 years and experienced multiple drive-by shootings.
Ooh.
Yikes.
Just yeah, they love their fire water, but that was like one of the things you don't go like into that town and start making headdress or how jokes because they will fuck you up.
Yeah, you're gonna get scalped at the very least.
Yeah, that's what
It-
happened
it-
to me. If anybody wonders where my hair went, I mouthed off in Chiloquin.
Well, now they'll have something to add to Kiwi Farms. Just kidding. Kiwi Farms doesn't exist anymore, sadly.
It's back.
No,
It's
it
there.
definitely does still exist, Sammy.
Yeah, it's there.
Oh, it's back.
Yeah, and I had to go back and get some info on a Council of Evil member earlier today. So like, is that brought up? Oh, it's still there. Yay!
Oh, those are fun people.
The Council of Evil. Good God.
They're the best. Oh, I'll have to DM you actually something.
I
Max, on that.
still prefer Crippleback as their name.
Yeah, we had a contest to give them a better name, didn't we? Pretty sure.
Yeah, before the
Crippleback
Kiwis
won.
fucking named them the Council of Evil or whatever, we
Oh,
did
they named themselves.
name that band.
They named themselves the
Shit.
Council of Evil. That was the title of their Discord group.
Yeah, no, they're Crippleback to me.
Oh, that's fine. I like that one better.
Damn, I wish I would
Called
have
them the Legion of Coom.
known that I was so
Yeah.
goddamn loud all stream. My fucking knob got turned up. Sorry, chat. Sorry, everybody.
I like it when my knob gets turned up.
Yeah, well, I need to turn my knob down to turn yours up with this, sexy
Hey,
voice
now,
that
I'm
you
not
like so
gay.
much.
I,
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to be.
I,
Hold on.
I-
If you look at our Mr.
I'm
Vickers,
so
if-
powerful it doesn't matter what you are.
it almost looks like it says GAY. If you look at our names across the top of the screen,
It
right
does.
there.
I can log out and change my name.
Yickers.
I would.
Hell yeah.
I would.
I'm the
prefer
middle.
you.
I'm in the fucking middle too. Hell yeah. Let's go, boys.
Fucking Eiffel Tower, we got it. All you people in the chat doing the low-hanging inward towers, we're doing the fucking real shit on here.
So if then Max would just need to change his to an O. Sam, so gay. That sounds like a meme. Oh, man.
So gay.
We're close. Somebody can just cap
The
this
problem
and
is,
edit it.
as soon as you do that, for some reason, Fuentes pops up in chat.
It's like a secret code.
It's like fucking Candyman. You just, as long as the letters end up right, pff, there he is.
oh fuck! Now I've got a clean cum out. Now I've got a clean cum out of the room. Yeah.
You gotta find it.
You know,
Get that
Fuentes
black
is a
light.
wetback, but not because
Get
he's
your black
Mexican. That's the weird thing about it.
I don't know what it says about me that this doesn't bother me more.
He's hurt so
Look,
much worse.
I would say normalization and a chill vibe. You know.
Look, back shots aren't gay when you do it with your bros, okay? Fucking the Mexican leader of the child white race fucking told me that.
Did
Damn,
you
I
ever
shoulda-
go on one time about if it's not meant for procreation, it's not technical sex. The fucking massive cope, the fucking
That's
massive
insane.
cope coming out of that guy. Look, man, it's just friction.
I watch a lot of Friday Night Tights, and one of their clips they have is fucking Law and Order of this big buff black football player going, "I'm not gay.
Oh, yeah,
I have sex with men,
Yes.
relationships with women." And I see looks at him. He's like, "I got news for you. That means you're gay."
Yeah.
Oh!
He's like,
And I think of that
said-
every time I think of Fuentes. It's
Every
like-
time I see, look, man, we know you on the down low. It was called on the down low.
I will never look at duck. I will never think of duck mouse pads the same way again.
Somebody needs to do a deep fake of the Mexican dude off of fucking John Wick 2 duck ass. It makes all the difference. Have him wearing a fucking garbage bag.
makes me happy I didn't end up becoming an avian veterinarian. Can you imagine him bringing that poor duck into the vet?
For the fucking ass implants.
Yes.
Can you help my duck? But I thought
I've broken my duck.
duck 1 week, monkey the next week. What the fuck?
There used to be
Monkey in the
this.
third.
There used to be this comedy trio, kind of like the fucking Bill Engvall fucking Blue Collar Club, but they did all types of like hunting redneck type comedy skit shows. And they were doing one on identifying Canadian ducks versus American ducks. And the way the game warden do it is he would shove his pinky up the duck's ass and sniff it. I don't know why that stuck with me, because I saw this when I was like a fucking young kid sitting around at deer camp, but that comes to mind out of fucking nowhere.
Nice.
I was sitting here
Quack, quack,
searching for-
motherfucker.
I'm hunting
Well,
for PPP jokes in my head, but nobody wants to get near that ass.
Well, hey, Mrs. Vickers, considering that the cat boys actually like to go to the veterinarian,
Now you know why.
Yeah.
If I bring my furry to you, can you castrate it for me?
I probably can.
There we go.
I'm useful for something.
It's okay. They enjoy wearing the cone of shame.
Mrs. Vickers, have you ever considered like starting a shelter or something, like some sort of like save animals type thing?
I mean, they've got
not
5 kids. What more do you want from them?
Well, okay, that's true. They are still young. That's true. I didn't even think about that. My bad.
Supply and the demand.
If we start a
bad.
shelter, it's going to be a front just so we're feeding fucking dead animals to our kids.
You're such a liar. It's
Right
not
on.
going to be for the kids. It'll be for you.
Yeah.
It depends on the... Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
But honey, the dog loves Diet Dr. Pepper. I swear to God.
Not as a marinade, motherfucker. Oh!
No,
Okay.
actually, we had a pseudo rescue going with cats when I was in high school. So yeah,
Right, well, okay.
I've
yeah,
been down
that's,
that
that's
road.
what I'm. That's what I meant. Was I mean, you know, you love animals. You love animals. You know, it doesn't really go away.
I mean,
Not
I'm very
necessarily.
similar. I too like pussy and would like to collect a lot of it.
I don't think I can start
Good
that
luck,
kind
nerd.
of shelter.
Got that cat scratch fever, let me tell you.
You're not supposed to scratch.
Yeah, that's actually not a good thing.
I don't know how
Oh, it so is.
I'm
Cat
drinking.
rape
Genius Anus is
fever.
getting funnier.
I'm not even drinking, man. I'm just on some fucking high quality decongestant. So what the fuck all y'all are on?
Claritin D.
Clear to DM. Usnet's DM,
Okay, let me-
motherfucker.
I
Let me
believe the
rephrase
kids
the
on the
question.
street call that robo tripping, my dude.
Yeah,
Maybe.
at least fucking 20 years ago they did.
Yeah.
I was enjoyed though how each generation thinks it's a brand new thing they discovered. Like no.
Yeah.
It's been fucking weird. I'm just sitting here fucking low, and then they're like, "What do you think about the Enlightenment?" I'm like,
Which
I'm gonna put
one,
my
bro?
I'm gonna put my fucking mic on mute, and I'm just gonna sit here and listen to y'all motherfuckers talk about that because I don't know shit.
I love how you just went from Southern to black back to Southern.
I thought I heard something there.
Again.
I told you my fucking accent sticks out even among my home stomping ground, and it's because I'm a fucking chameleon, man.
Well, I mean,
I'm weird no matter where I go.
well, I mean, you're a literal giant talking ass. I mean, just the
Everybody just
visual-
stands in awe, wondering why this
Yeah, yeah.
ass is talking.
He's a South Park character, yeah.
I mean, most people are just wondering how me and Matt should be on the same stream at the same time but have different voices. It's fucking weird.
I keep forgetting about that every time. We found Genius Anus. He's this guy. That guy has a different name, dude.
His lips aren't even moving when he's talking. What the fuck?
That's right. You guys are on the stream at the same time.
What they don't realize is Matt has to do a handstand for me to talk. Okay, we are the same person. It's just he's sitting on me most of the time. Fucking bastard.
Well, I can assure everybody Matt's not that talented.
Yeah, I tried to do a handstand once, and it fell over promptly. And I'm like, did I get it? And they're like, you got up like 25% of the way, you fat motherfucker. All right. And that was when we were dating.
I was just saying, I think I've seen that video. You bounced.
That wasn't. I wish that was
Well, listen. In a fight between Steven Seagal and Mr. Vickers would win. Mainly.
Hold on. If Steven's who's editing this fight? Because if Steven Seagal and his Russian friends are he's gonna break Mr. Vickers.
Look, Steven Seagal is trying to walk the stupid path of peace. Okay.
Yeah. What year, Steven Seagal? Because I'm not
hold
sure
on.
about this.
No,
one.
2023. Steven Seagal will quick slap Sammy out of his wheelchair, sit down, and then take Mr. Vickers out with like some crazy edit of like a up kick and a karate chop. And then
dude, I'm just seeing the best Diet Dr. Pepper commercial ever. Picture it. There's a fucking, it's Sicily, 1812, and there's a fucking cooler with one Diet Dr. Pepper in it, and you see two hands go in to grab it, and then it pulls out, and it's Vickers and Steven Seagal, and then it's just like kung fu fighting.
Yeah, no, if I'm in withdrawals, I win.
No, just fat old guys karateing each other, like kicking and blocking, but the kicks don't get there.
3.5 seconds until they fall down.
No. Hold on.
I'm just huffing and puffing. Oh god!
I don't think you guys would make contact.
And they're fucking rolling around in the background fighting, and the dude with an ass for a face comes up, grabs the Diet Dr. Pepper, and pours it down the drain.
I'm literally suggesting, guys. Imagine a side view. That view, zoom out side like a Mortal Kombat view, and Steven Seagal starts punching and kicking, but like the kicks don't get like above knee level, and Vickers is still like blocking them like a karate character, but also like a fat old man, so not even like a good block, you know?
Hey,
throwing his arm. No, but look, more
fat,
effective.
Bald old man. Jesus. Get him on there.
Look, all I'm saying is if you do a quarter forward roll with a high punch, old man will yell at Cloud.
You guys, seriously though, fat, old, bald with a tiny dick. Let's get them all right.
Let's get it all out there. Hold on. Let's.
Who would say something
your
like
special power is child abuse.
Combat.
Look,
I'm not saying anything about Mr. Vickers' manhood, but all 5 of the kids were confirmed conceived by Mrs. Vickers standing on her head with a turkey baster. Okay.
That had to be done. I can't compete with
no
the fucking
idea.
turkey baster.
I don't know why.
I'm into science. I wanted to see if it would work.
And then she had to see it 4 more times.
Have a riot.
Everybody knows you have to be able to replicate data for it to be
There you go.
valid.
But listen, I get pissed off though about the child abuse things because,
of course,
how the
that's
fuck
fucking
how do you
insane.
keep them in line if you don't just punch them right in their little baby faces?
Yeah.
You know, everybody always told me that if you shake it more than twice, you're playing with it. But if I hadn't listened to that, I'd still have my firstborn.
How early do you start?
You treat puppies and babies the same. So like you flick them in the little Adam's apple when they're crying too much or talking back. And then when they get older,
it doesn't work on the girls though.
You punch them in the throat. Then they can't. They have a hard time breathing, and then they can't talk at least for a minute. And then they'll think about it the next time. And then
I always
rinse and repeat.
I always enjoyed playing peekaboo with the babies. You know, I'd be eating a pregnant chick out, and the baby licked me back though, and that shit pisses me off.
Oh Jesus! All right, Genius Anus wins.
You know, it's funny though because that comes up all the time on the baby community boards.
Look at baby boards. This is Mrs. Vickers like got early training, and this is the only reason I was able to translate half of the shit that I read on Kiwi Farms when I like first started reading all the abhorrent shit is because Mrs. Vickers read baby boards for fucking ever.
Yeah, she's
like,
the vet, man. She's the OG.
What is this TLDR? Too long. Don't read. Move on, motherfucker. I'm like, okay.
Damn, Mrs. Vickers exposed as an old fag.
Oh,
Live on the
Ye oldest
Whitfield report.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
It was funny though because in the early days, like when we were first, when we had the flight back, I got to be careful not to talk about he who must not be named. We had the flight back from the East Coast when Faith had wrongly decided to stay, and somebody's like, "This guy can't be 45. He's like using all this terminology that we only use." And I like my response post was like, "Do you guys really think that it's that complicated? You're special with the language?" Because it's not.
Well, I was telling Anus the other night when he came on the show that Mr. Vickers is like the John Wick of this world because he's like
Come
he's like
on.
Okay, hang on. Wait, time out.
Get ready for legendary
Time
bad
out.
takes.
Let
I'm
him
just gonna say
finish.
this.
Let him
Apex left me alone with this motherfucker, and we carried a show for 4 fucking hours, and this was like hour 3:45. Okay, continue.
Go ahead.
So the my point in saying that is Mr. Vickers is like the old dog assassin that like everyone underestimates, right? but in reality he can still kick everybody's ass. And Genius Anus is John Leguizamo's character or whatever.
Aurelia.
John Wickwazimo, is that what you said?
John Leguizamo.
John Wickwazamo.
Yeah, whatever. He's talking about Aurelio. I'm the guy's like fucking fixed your damn car.
I actually still have it somewhere. Genius Anus's original post on Kiwi Farm where I'm like, I got to get to know this guy. I can't find it though, but it was something about I'm gonna take so and so, he who must not be named, to the old school, and I'm the fucking headmaster.
Oh yeah,
that was the first fucking post I read. I'm like, this guy's awesome. He's like one of the 3 guys rooting for me amongst the trash.
Man, there's some embarrassing fucking photos that could come out for our early relationship. We were fucking cringy nerds online. I'm telling you. Yeah. Our fucking our DMs were like 80% fucking movie references. It was fucking great.
I can translate for that, but I can't control it.
Oh god, I still have a folder in here called Genius Anus Investigation.
Dude, those really were the fucking good old days. Like I had no idea what the fuck I'd stepped into, and I was just fucking there.
See, the thing that people don't realize when they come into this from both sides of or any side of anything involving the Vickers family and the surrounding people is the Vickers specifically have a firm. I was just talking about foundations earlier. They have a very solid one, both financially and otherwise, familially. The one
It does seem that way in my dealings with them. Yeah.
Yeah, the one breach, so called, was coerced by,
somebody,
some, things. I guess we'll call it. Look, I'm not. I've done this show with Sammy for a long time, and I've had Twitter for years. But I don't really speak about many things. But I've observed all of this shit go down, and I've been on, the free faith movement for from the get go because it seemed pretty obvious. And
Faith
Ralph
got a job. Faith got a job today.
Sorry, I coughed there. But there's certain people on the internet that are, they're pretty funny just because they refuse to, they live in their internet world and just refuse to live in real life, and it can be really funny. But when it impacts other people in ways it has some other people, let's say you guys, hypothetically. Look, I'm trying to adhere here, but
Well, I got
ahead.
I can pull you out of the fire on this one. So
Hypothetically, metaphorically, what is the symbology of what you just said?
well,
I've
hold on.
seen it.
Please, Max. Thank you.
I've seen it happen with a lot of these funny people on the internet, like you say, right? Is that they become destructive to people either around them or adjacent to them,
Mhm.
and it sucks to watch a lot of times, and certainly wouldn't be fun to be a part of.
Right. Well, and the truth of the matter is most of the adjacent family and people do not do what the Vickers have done. You know what I mean? Like there's never I don't know. Chris Chan's parents didn't really stand. I mean, they told him,
No.
right? Of course,
Chris
that's
Chan's mom took a different approach.
right. Well, she was.
Good, she didn't have a
Introvert
choice.
to
Yeah,
nurture.
Look, she just laid down and
Yeah, she had no. I don't think she had much say in that ordeal.
Share
I
the
was
more
ta- I was
words I
talking
don't
about
take on
the
the
bullying.
XY.
I would argue there are many such cases, but I don't know of them. I just don't think that most people don't do what you guys have done. And I've even asked you folks in the past, sorry, you folks, like your black people in the
Watch it,
30s.
motherfucker.
No, I asked you guys when you had me on your show, if I thought your life would be better if you hadn't, gone down this path. And I've mulled that over multiple times throughout this saga. And I mean, I respect the fuck out of what you guys have done. I wouldn't dare say what I would have done in your position because I don't know. But I think, the more evidence I know and the more I know the parties personally, as much as I can without meeting you personally, or in person rather, I think, you guys seem righteous enough, significantly more so than most on the internet. I mean, in regards to this whole saga. I'm kind of stoned.
That's okay. I'm kind of drunk, so we're
I-
almost even.
I would have to respectfully disagree in the fact that not a lot of families, not with you being stoned. I totally agree with that. But when you say that not a lot of families do what they did, they do. It's
Not in this way.
not
is
in the
what I
internet.
meant.
Yeah, not on
Right,
the internet.
that's what I-
We're not
that's
used
what
to
I
this
mean.
happening on the internet. Normally,
That's
this shit
what I mean.
happens on like some gravel road somewhere in the middle of fuck all nowhere.
being public about it and confronting the issue head on is definitely a unique.
That's my point.
Approach.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, like because everybody will confront a teacher for doing something bad, or a bully parent or a bully kid. I mean, maybe not whatever. You know what I mean? Like they'll confront the more closely.
It's a dime a dozen situation.
The weirdness
but it's not
is the
on the
specific.
internet and
Yeah.
to this to
Yeah.
the personal levels that some of it is gone.
The weirdness of it boils down exclusively to like the specific area of the internet that it's taking place in. But as a parent, you're always going, like, your job is to run into the fire for your kids. It doesn't matter if that fire is the school building or the internet or the Kiwi Farms. And I think just the point where people kind of find it weird is that we're not used to it happening in this corner of the internet, because let's face it, this corner of the internet has a lot of fucking degenerate fucks in it.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what it's built on. Let's be fair.
Yeah, and the
That's the
uniqueness of the
quarters.
fact that she was, yeah, I know legally she was an adult, but I mean, come on, we've all
Yeah.
been 18. We weren't really adults.
And look,
Yeah.
how many people have like Ethan? Fuck.
Don't.
Ethan Hatchett. Just say Ethan Hatchett.
Ethan
Ethan
Hatchett.
Hatchett.
Dymo. God damn it.
There's no shortage of shitty Ethans though.
No.
Ethan Klein.
Yeah,
Ethan
look,
Klein.
look. So, hold on. Pause. I was talking about. I had a different thought. There's never really been a situation where an internet personality, super famous in his little niche genre, that, to be fair, was pretty popular. There's several of them. Let's say, fuck, that has done anything so degenerate, or if it had, parents of said victim, let's say, would just, they don't care to confront it. They just want to make it go away, and make them, whatever. I'm not really sure what I'm trying to say at this point, other than it's,
No, well,
I feel like there's a lot of, good and bad in both. And it's interesting. It's definitely, I don't know, it's honorable for sure to see out of you guys. I don't know.
And I think a lot of the so-called, because what's funny is all the shit I get. Well, Mrs. V over there hardly ever gets shit. I don't know if she's just charmed or what, but definitely the huge criticism that I keep seeing. I see still to this day. We got some messages today on Chud Buds like, "What are you doing?" It's the you're embarrassing your family and you're bringing the thing out to light. And it's like, well, it's already there. And I don't know if it's a generational thing or what it is, but the whole I gotta run and hide because I'm embarrassed about something that happened. I'll never understand, because it's literally it's the only thing that gives me absolute power over the other party in question, is between everyone over here in the Casa de Vickers and over in Parts Unknown. Of those two parties, only one of them gives a shit about stuff that's said online to a bunch of nobodies.
Right.
And it's not us, because we've never cared about that. Who cares?
It brings up a unrelated but relevant subject, so we don't mention things. Is Johnny Fox? You guys all know Johnny Fox. I have an update on Johnny Fox today.
Oh, I'm gonna turn my mic down so I can hear it.
So speaking of just kind of falling off, Johnny Fox decided he was gonna retire from writing books, which he retired from.
Oh, I'm sorry. One moment for Mrs. Vickers. Johnny Fox is also Falco Punch 64.
Falco Punch. Yeah.
And so I decided, because I had bullied him pretty hard, right? I decided I was going to leave him the fuck alone and see what happened. And I did. And so he decided he was going to be a famous Twitch streamer. And in Johnny Fox tradition, he was getting 2 or 3 viewers a day or whatever, because he made himself a VTuber.
That's a YouTube empire, man.
Wait, he made a VTuber? He's a VTuber now? Is that what you said?
Yeah. He made an avatar in The Sims with blue hair. It looks ridiculous. I'll send you a picture after. I'll go look for it.
When your VTuber looks ridiculous, it's time to
and of course he's got that voice that he sounds like. I can't get it out of my head ever since I thought of it. He sounds like a Muppet character.
Yeah, he sounds like a black guy pretending to be a white guy, like a nerd black. Like a nerd, thuggy black. Like that's what I've always thought. Like he sounds like a black guy, and he's always had a white. Maybe it's just his white person. That dude that he always posts as his, or he used to post as his avatar. The same 4 pictures of some random guy with long hair. Yeah.
No, it was him. It was actually him, but it's filtered so many times to be not recognizable as a person.
And 15 years ago, probably. Yeah.
That's okay, because he's not legally recognized as a person.
No, I've showed he face cammed for years, and I showed some of those clips in my documentary I made about him. And the thing is the guy's just kind of a goof. He's worried about me logging him. Oh my god, because he doesn't want to be other people who won't be named. But he's funny in a different way. But the big thing about Johnny is he's a scam artist. Right. He's a bad one, but he is one.
Yeah, really bad at it. Yeah.
And so he's getting his 2 or 3 viewers. He did a post today on his website, and he's like, I'm quitting Twitch because I can't subsist off 2 or 3 viewers. And it's just
no shit.
Yeah.
This is another time of an example of Johnny left to his own devices completely. I didn't bother him at all this whole time. No messages or anything, right? I didn't do shows about him. I haven't been doing shows. I've been busy with real life shit because I'm a dad and I do this as a fucking hobby for some strange reason. And
It's fun, man. Come on.
Yeah, that's the only reason that I'm still here for the most part is I enjoy it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have
yeah.
to tell you guys, it kind of is the male version of the baby boards. So
sure, yeah, no.
It's fun, right? I mean, like
No, and I
that's the
used
only
to,
reason I'm
to
here.
effort post on fucking forums and shit too. So it's the same kind of
Yeah.
thing. And I love dunking on fucking. I like finding really weird avant-garde internet people, and Johnny's just one of them, right? Like he's one of many that I find that they don't really have a following, and nobody's like. There's the big ones. There's your Chris Chans. There's your Cyrax and people that have a following. But the people I follow tend not to
Interesting.
have any of that. Like Dave Grady's my favorite. I always talk about him because I've been messing with this guy for like 10 years. It's great. He's
Interesting that you're on one of those avant-garde little YouTubers here tonight with little Sammy here, who interviewed the hyper Jew Ben Shapiro.
but but Sammy's not a schizo. Sammy, I can't
No.
fuck with Sammy.
I'm
No.
crippled, but I'm not.
It's
I'm not
exactly.
a schizo.
Yeah,
He's crippled,
exactly.
but
I
he's
like
been
Sammy.
doing. Yeah, who doesn't like Sammy? He's a good boy.
Yeah.
My point is, he's definitely.
Well, he might
falls
be a
into that-
tard, but he's our tard. God damn it!
No, like he's physically retarded, and maybe, perhaps a little mentally as well, but not as much as his co-host of the last 3 years. Let's just say that.
One of my great passions is
Fucking
shit posting.
Akaba.
Fucking shooting the shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh shoot! I'll be right back, guys.
I
Oh, sorry. Alan Powell, don't name your kid Ethan.
True.
I know, but it's a funny story. So our oldest boy, he's already been talked. His first name anyway. Our oldest boy is named Ethan. We have a
Oh.
cat.
I bet you I know his last name.
We have a cat named Ralph. That's not a joke. Okay. But so there's Ethan Vickers, right? There's that other one that we won't talk about, and then there's Ethan Hatchett. And so one day, like our Ethan was late from school for something, and our second son, 14, was waiting around, and Ethan Hatchett at some point had started a separate Twitter account pretending to be William Vickers.
yeah.
And we dealt
No,
with that.
I-
For, so the 14-year-old, when our Ethan's running late, just goes, "Why is everybody named Ethan in my life got to be a pain in my ass?" I'm like, I understand. It's all right. He's an introspective little guy. He's not that little anymore, but still.
Mr. Hatchet, as I like to call him. Mr. Hatchet was another one of my avant-garde ones, and I stumbled onto by his old videos. I did say I have a tinge of empathy for him because he was young and they're so fucking cringe, and he put his real name on them. But at the same time, it's some of the most like avant-garde, like funny for all the reasons he wouldn't want it to be funny kind of bullshit I've ever seen. He tries to do the anti-comedy thing, and it's just funny because it's so bad. It's really phenomenal.
Him with that fucking
It's where
fleshlight
the cringe
will
meets the
never
funny.
not be fucking funny.
Yeah, him making out with a goddamn gummy bear when he's like, I made it a GIF because it's the funniest GIF I could possibly have made. You
I
know,
will. I
I
say
would be ashamed if I had put that up on the internet when I was 15. I'm not gonna lie. That's where my tinge of empathy is at, right? But at the same point,
Yeah.
he's kind of a piece of shit. So fuck.
Hey Max, I'm not announcing this one, but I'm DMing you because I think you'll think it's funny. So Twitter DMs.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I after seeing Max's documentary on him, I felt more. I actually did feel some empathy for him.
well,
I
I
mean,
did
yeah.
a little too because I mean he's not that much older than Faith.
Not
Yeah.
that much, but I mean, everyone's first impression of him was like, this guy is this. this guy looks like he escaped from the insane
Well,
asylum.
yeah, because he rated your chat, right, and gave you a bunch of shit after you interviewed us, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was starting to come cause he was he was like saying he was going to kamikaze me like Pearl Harbor.
I,
Kamikaze you.
I gotta give it. That is pretty funny with the samurai.
Well,
And then-
The
That's telling
Spurgic
back.
samurai routine's my favorite because that's what most people have seen of him.
right.
And so what I've been told about the show I did is it's the first time people saw him in that he's just been doing characters on YouTube for years, particularly like his mentally deficient voiced guy that he does and they talk like this, right? and it's like, yeah, he's just a corny teenager, and this is just
That's
another
not a
one of his
character.
characters. No, that's the real him. But my favorite is that he like lost his mind and did a video where he was dressed up like a woman singing "Goodbye Horses."
Yeah, I saw that one.
Like
Unironically at that.
yeah, I don't know.
He's
I don't
pining
know.
for the love of another.
I knew that he was a dick to me, and he said that my beard had gray hairs in it, and like, oh, the horror! I'm like a 40-year-old man with a couple grays.
Yeah, he did say that our beard was fucking gray, didn't he, that bastard?
Well, that and the big insult is that he said I was genius anus. That hurt. my soul.
I fucking love that. I got so much mileage out of that.
So I just watched the videos of his that somebody had tipped me off to were really funny, and I left it at that. But then I come back and somebody had showed me like their leaks from like their Discord or whatever, and these guys are just like, I guess claiming it's ironic, but talking about pedophilic stuff, and it's like, here's my thing about that. If you want to ironically claim to be that particular thing, I'm just gonna take you at your word.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna fucking chance that.
I'm not gonna
yeah,
assume
you're not
that
gonna
you're
say prove
lying.
it. Yeah.
That's and then the things that they talked about in this one I listened to, I don't know if anybody else listened to it, but it's like literally horrific. It's that Axel guy, and he's talking to some other guy about trafficking children like openly. Is disgusting.
Oh yeah, Phantom
Yeah, I know.
organization. He's a
He,
fucking weirdo.
Yeah,
So then I
the thing
stopped talking about these guys because they're like mentally ill, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no,
Get deep into those Discord logs, and I mean, like every other day, it's like, I don't know, I'm just feeling sad today. Buck up, Chief, it'll be okay. I don't know, I think I'm gonna go kill myself. And not one of them has the good sense to say, go ahead. The world will not mourn your loss.
The answer on the internet forever was do it, F slur.
No, it was do a flip.
Well, that too, right? That's the second part, right? But the first part is do it, F slur, right? Like just do, because at that point you've been called out, because the fake suicide attempts are pretty much just always for attention, especially if you're saying it online.
Well,
and so like the
especially-
4chan response is just do it.
Well, especially if you're a dude, I've said for years, you know what you call a dude who attempts suicide and fails? A woman. Sorry, Mrs. Vickers. I'm sorry, Mrs.
Yeah.
Vickers.
Well,
nothing personal. Nothing
The
least-
numbers
personal.
don't lie, though. Statistically
saying when-
speaking, that is true.
Yeah, no, when men sack up and do it, it's like I'm gonna put a bullet in my head or I'm gonna dive off this fucking 20-story
True.
building.
There's a bigger level of
I
commitment.
actually have to disagree with that, though, because have you considered the 41% fallacy of that?
I don't know which way it's moving, so I couldn't tell you how it applies.
Just think about that for a second. They're really good at killing themselves, like
Well,
high numbers.
I'll
I'm
tell
gonna
you,
go think about
men
that while I'm
are-
taking a Vickers.
Men are certainly killing themselves in record numbers with fucking fentanyl overdoses and drugs in general.
Oh yeah.
That's-
Well, I mean, we're only told that we're worthless and that we should enjoy being fucking second-class citizens. You know,
and
we
that,
got everything to live for.
Well, and I think that a lot of the, let's say, troublemakers are. It's usually not from toxic masculinity; it's from over feminization.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
a caricature of a man being acted out by somebody that doesn't know what a man is.
Right. And some of that is, some of that's due, of course, to fathers not being in the home. But some of that is just due to the fact that women have been taught that's what we're supposed to do to men. So
Well, there's been that push towards that for a very long time in like media as well. One thing I'll always point to is show me the father on a sitcom in the last couple decades that wasn't like a stumbling idiot and the mom knew everything.
Yeah.
And the last one I can think of is Bill Cosby. And he was kind of
out.
Well,
that was a fail.
Regardless, like there's no strong male figures except these cartoon character style, like over the top things, and that's what kids are exposed to in media nowadays. Is this it's either the bozo father that doesn't know what he's doing, or the stumbling bumbling idiot.
What was your criteria?
Down, huh?
What was your criteria on that sitcom in the last what years?
I don't know, 30.
Boy Meets World.
Okay, yeah, that was a long time ago. Right?
Unless you watch American History X right after that, and then you realize that dad had a lot of baggage.
Yeah,
if you get it, you get it. That's all I'm saying.
30 years too. That's just bordering.
That's the 90s, yeah. It's TGIF.
Some of it, I mean, I get in that women, as the fathers were leaving the homes and they weren't sticking around, women were being told that, you've got to be strong so that you can fill in for both. But nobody was really addressing the fact that you can't. You cannot.
I'll even give you double to nothing. I think this falls into your criteria. I'll give you a black father figure in a sitcom that wasn't dumb. That's Uncle Phil from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yeah.
That's
true. And he was the uncle. Where was Phil's dad?
Oh, you're talking about Will's dad, right?
Yeah.
He comes back in, and it's one of the most powerful fucking TV moments I can remember fucking happened.
But where was he?
Out of the house. He abandoned him at his auntie in West Philadelphia, born and raised.
Yeah, well, he abandoned him as a kid too, like that, and that's what I'm saying is like that's normal now, for a lot of people. I was a single parent child myself, in an era where it was less common, and I actually got shit over it. Nowadays, that's no thing. I was born out of wedlock, and my mom married a guy, and he adopted me, but like that shit's normal now. Like back then it was I couldn't get baptized by the church.
Man, if I told you the circumstances of my birth, you'd think I was making it up to sound edgy on the internet.
but it speaks to it's not a great situation for kids when they're looking for father figures and there's none to be found. They're going to emulate what they see. And
that's true.
The other thing now with the transgender stuff is they're basically promising you.
Xander's just going to be, why is Grandpa beating up that guy that calls himself Dad? Start emulating some shit.
Yeah, it's well, and see Xander, at least he has a father figure in the household to at least emulate. Hey
Xander, what do you and your grandpa do? Well, sometimes we go fishing, sometimes we go down to the butcher shop and punch a pig. I don't know what that's about.
I go to stuff. I go to kids stuff with my boy, and like I'm one of the only fathers that does anything.
Yeah, well, by our age, with our oldest kids, we're some of the only married parents left.
Yeah.
Not our homeschool program, though. Our homeschool program is the other parents in our homeschool, like some of them are just looking at us like, 5, you guys are just getting started.
Do you know why divorces are so expensive?
Go ahead.
Why?
Because they're worth it.
No, I've been with my wife for 16 years total, and everybody in our age bracket thinks that that's really like out there.
It is. But it's not the norm.
It's not anymore. Yeah, it used to be.
Yeah, and some of them, you almost I don't want to say there's a negative connotation to being together that long, but there are some people that kind of make you feel like you don't really fit with everyone else.
Yeah.
Which it's kind of weird when you think, well, this was the ideal.
Their system seems to be like, fuck around, do whatever you want, then get married when women are hitting the wall at 30, and then get divorced and fuck around again. Right,
and then we come out from behind the wall at 40. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
So fucking true.
Shut up, man.
God bless 40-year-old women. I mean, I'm not going to get into specifics, but god damn. All right.
But
We get visual for y'all.
I'm just saying, experience counts.
Flesh slapping against like the sound of a standing ovation at a concert. Jesus.
Sir, put the ham down. Put the ham down.
Yeah,
Sir,
that kind of lifestyle is just not good for fucking most people. I know people that try the open relationship thing. Every single one of them I know, it ends the same way.
Everyone.
It's predictable, and yet it continues to happen.
And
An
open
it's
relationship
obvious.
is just a slow breakup.
Yeah, dude.
Won't happen to me though. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but we're different. We can do it different. I promise.
We're mature. You all just aren't mature. It's not that you fucking.
Yeah, you're not as mature as us. You don't get it. You guys don't get it.
I don't know. Does keeping a gimp in the attic, does that count as an open relationship? Or
no, I think that's by definition.
No, because I don't open that box.
Yeah, it's by definition closed.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's just closed with an extra side.
With an extra door.
The good thing is that I see, like in the long scale of things, is like the good people are having kids and trying to do their best to keep them normal, and like that. The other side of this issue is like overtly against it, and that's like good because that's why they want to push it on your kids, though.
Yeah. Well, and it does. I know it sounds a little weird, but it does make me question some of my stands on abortion sometimes.
What? Jesus.
Well, no. I mean, when when you've got the worst people possible,
because you know the type
of
people that will be doing it. I
yes.
understand.
Hold on, let her.
You mean.
Yeah, let her finish. Yeah. Go ahead.
That all being said, yes, I'm pro-life, but it just makes me would sometimes go, well.
Mrs. Vickers' new fucking post. Yeah, I'm pro-life, but sometimes I just wish people would kill some of them people while they're fucking babies.
Certain people.
I'm pro-life, but even the Bible says dash them against the rocks.
It's true. It literally does. Sam, I know I've said this before, but this might be. It's certainly your best show in a while. I think it's going on 4 hours, but.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. How's the election doing? We haven't checked in on that in a while.
Democrats. Democrats want everything. We're all fucked.
The Dems are in the lead on the Senate right now, but everything else is going about as usual, according to Politico.
It's a blue nami, and we're all gonna fucking drown. Get your guns out.
I knew it.
Fox just rejected Fetterman.
Kill your family and yourself, because we're all gonna drown in this wave.
You know what? The Fetterman rate. I don't like Dr. Oz by any stretch of the imagination because I think he's a total carpetbagging shill. But fucking Fetterman. I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, I'm watching that in the Georgia race. I'm just like,
you can't, character from something.
You can't deny that it's going to be funny.
Oh no, it's going to be.
Dude, I hope
the only thing
Fetterman
I'm
wins
enjoying
because,
about the Biden presidency is all the fucking clips of that.
Well, now we got mini Biden in the Senate, right? It'd be great.
Joint press
Dude,
conferences.
Dude, did you see?
Press conferences should keep us going for a while.
Did you guys see?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, did you see Fetterman's like handy cam ad with that kid in a hallway where he did the classic throw the jersey at him?
Yes.
That was I couldn't believe that it was real. Like I literally I had for the first time in a long time I had to vet it. Like I went to multiple different places to be like, this is real, right? This is no, okay, yep, this is actual campaign. Okay, okay.
Is that the one where he misses? If I remember that correctly, where he throws the jersey but he fucking misses?
Yeah, and then he like smiles. Dude, it's shitty footage in a dim lit. Fuck, I don't get it, dude.
I thought it was an SNL skit.
Wait, is that the one where the fucking the hibernating worm that's in the back of his neck comes out of his face hole and eats the fucking kid after he catches the jersey? Or am I thinking of
that was the Guar concert that we played after that.
No, okay.
No,
I thought I had to get some shit mixed up.
No, that's the same ad, but you were wearing the Roddy Piper glasses.
Should we pull it up? I don't think I've seen it in like a while. I saw.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Sam. Sorry.
I saw the footage of him like beating. I saw the footage that Tucker Carlson found of him like beating someone up in like a parking lot, and then like defacing it like a like a camera or something.
It's all gold, man. I just I really just I want to put Fetterman, Biden, and Harris down at a table and just leave a fucking camera and microphone and just let them converse and just fucking see what happens and see if anything intelligible comes out.
I love how everyone just forgets that Kamala called Biden a rapist during the
I know, right?
Primary.
A racist, rapist, hair sniffing.
Well, that's the thing. One or the two of them should not be in the White House then. Because either she's a liar of epic proportions who intentionally tried to destroy somebody's character, or he's a rapist.
Can it be both?
Well, that's why I said one or two.
Yeah, it's okay. There. I thought you said one or the other.
No, I said one or two.
Fair enough.
One or both.
Well,
same thing.
Well, she
same
also,
thing, yeah.
For being a black woman, she's pretty she's pretty prejudiced against black people. I mean,
she was Secretary of State out here when I had my fucking.
No. She was the Attorney General.
She was Secretary of State too. At some point, are you sure?
Yes, she was the Attorney General.
I know she was the Attorney General because that's when we had the FFL.
No, then she went to the Senate. Then she went to the Senate.
What was she before the Attorney General though?
She was the DA of San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up because I think I might be right, but I'm also had a lot to drink. So hang on.
Anyway, if I remember reading correctly, like she prosecuted more black people out there in California for
for like minor drug crimes and stuff.
For minor
NBC
shit.
Breaking NBC is projecting that Fetterman will beat Dr. Oz in the U.S. Senate race for Pennsylvania. That's an NBC projection. So I deny
Fox
that.
made the same one just like 5 minutes ago.
That's fucking crazy.
Yep. He wore a Carhartt jacket.
All right. Ariana was right. She was never Secretary of State. Fuck.
Boom. Further proving your confusion as to why she doesn't get as much.
See, they come out from behind that wall after 40.
No, this is the pain in the ass. So Ariana, she won't brag about it like I brag about it, but she has a photographic memory which makes my life really frustrating sometimes.
But man, I don't see how. I would love that.
Well, when you have certain things to photograph.
Yeah.
Oh,
bullshit! No, I immediately redacted that thought. I'm sorry. Like that would not be awesome. It would be cool for some things, for sure.
No, but the 14-year-old inherited the same memory, so it makes him really easy to homeschool, but really frustrating to argue with him sometimes. I guess I get more right than wrong still at 14, but there's sometimes that he's like, no, it's like this. I'm like, no, I don't think that's how it works. He ended up schooling me on PEMDAS of all fucking things in math.
Holy shit.
Well, and the thing is, I remember PEMDAS, but apparently that multiplication and division, it's not multiplication comes first. It's that if there's multiplication and division, then you just still go in the order that they come. I thought you had to do one and then the other.
Yeah, see.
I stood corrected.
I remember the term PIMDOS, but I literally don't remember what it means or the application.
Order of operations in math problems.
I knew again.
Exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction.
Yeah.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. But the only reason that I even remember that is because there's homeschool 5 fucking kids. So
Yeah.
It
No, that's
comes up.
good.
Yeah, it
Look,
comes up.
I kind of like poking you guys a little bit, just slightly. You talk about these things, and I believe you, but I kind of want to know some of them. I just learned.
It's
relearned
fine.
something.
Well, let me tell you, you're gonna get a lot of use out of PIMDAS in real life.
Yeah, that's why I know it right now.
No, I'm a salesman by trade, so sometimes I just bullshit without even realizing that I'm doing it. I have to stop and go, God damn, I sounded confident.
Slaps
Is
a
that
box
true?
full of steel nickels. This some bitch has so much fucking value, you won't even believe the value. You're gonna get tired of the value.
You ain't gonna realize there ain't no such thing as steel nickels, motherfucker. Ha ha ha! Then I run off. If they were made of steel, they'd be called steels.
Hey, wait,
I love that you were ribbing him and you still triggered his cointism.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring this motherfucker in real life a fucking steel $2 bill. How much you give me for this motherfucker?
That's not even real. They didn't make $2 bills out of steel.
I'm gonna specially craft this motherfucker just for you.
This one's dated 1983. They didn't even make $2 in 1983. Oh wait, yeah, they did. Sorry, 19.
I'm gonna go hire a fabricator to make me a coin that is just all fucking wrong. So wrong date, wrong material, wrong fucking president on it, and I'm gonna bring it to you. And be like, fucking, how much you give me for this?
Oh god. Well, that was my first lesson in shit that's not real. Is I bought this before Mrs. Vickers came to work. Is somebody brought me a double-sided quarter? I'm like, I'll give you $100 for it. I've never seen one before, realizing that can't actually happen. Two-sided coins impossible. So, but they make them. They're just called magician's coin, and the people fucking told me there's some good ones out there because it's just like you tool out the backside of one quarter, and then you chop off like half of one and tool it away, and then just slip it into the hollowed out quarter, which seems like it would be difficult. I've never tried it, but
I do know that there's a coin from Canada, I believe it is. It's like a bronze-looking fucker. It's about the size of a quarter. And if you have any of those really old-timey soda machines, it will act as a quarter in those.
Nice.
Well, that's good to know.
Have you, Vickers? Have you ever seen a pre-1900s dime? I'm sure you have.
Oh,
yeah. I got stacks of them like right now.
I had a couple of them at one point. I was very proud of them. A couple of them are in good shape. But I've only seen a few in my life. I didn't believe it was an American coin at like 22 years old. I'm like, that's not an American coin.
Yeah, we went at length
pretty cool.
in our last show about the 20-cent piece, which is
We sure
fun
did.
story. Yeah, we did.
Sure
I'm not
did.
genius. Max are like, don't fucking talk about that again.
God damn,
Don't
I had
worry.
such a great nap
I
that night.
encouraged it. I encouraged it. It was the best. I was driving everybody crazy. Akiba lost
Vickers
his
and
shit.
Max were just sitting there autisming back and forth. Akiba's losing his shit. I'm off in the corner taking a fucking nap.
Akiba was coming across his waifu pillar.
Yeah, I don't know why I brought up a coin. It's just like a random coin that I've had before.
I felt bad because last time I was on stream with Vickers, we were all talking about horror movies, and literally Akiba's only reference was how the horror movies were related to Resident Evil.
Silent Hill.
What a fucking nerd.
Silent Hill. I went back and listened to that episode because that ended up being funny. It's the only thing he said for the whole show was Southern. So yeah, was inspired by Silent Hill, or Silent Hill inspired that. Kudos to him though, because he landed those jokes pretty well.
He was slightly better in that position than I was because I never played Silent Hill. I was a Resident Evil fan.
Yeah, that was me. I think I watched the Silent Hill movie and tried to play the game.
That was one of the first games we played together.
Resident Evil?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Back when we were dating, you're right. PS1 days.
Oh
You
yeah.
play now.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you
Director's
suck. Let me
cut,
play.
man.
That was the PS1 that you got with your first credit card.
Woo!
Fuck yeah.
Student credit card.
Hell yeah.
Earned and
Peak of
learning.
American civilization right there, baby.
Yeah.
What's
a
the
wise
other?
a wise credit decision making too.
What's the other thing I bought with that credit card?
That's not relevant.
Come on,
Bad Dragon.
say it. It
Wait,
wasn't
what?
a cock ring.
Bad Dragon didn't exist
It
in
was
the.
my engagement ring after you traded in my other promise ring.
Well, I fulfilled the
Damn.
fucking promise.
That's right.
Okay.
She had to
This
throw
is
that
good.
in there.
This
How
is
many
good.
fucking rings you need?
The fucking
is good
dowry was a
content,
PlayStation 1.
Oh, my dad would have taken a video game system and payment for me too.
Yeah, yeah, you laugh, but that might actually be worth some money now.
Maybe. If it's original fat gray ones, maybe.
Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but you know, they're not like.
No, it's not like
My-
Buku. It's like the people that want to sell NESs for like $300 fucking dollars. If you have a good condition one of the first round, you got like $150.
Yeah, most of the games are worth more than the actual systems.
Yeah.
My expert on the subject is fast asleep, or else I'd go bug him and ask him.
And I've been
Kids-
playing Baldur's Gate, and because of that, I've been watching a lot of shit on YouTube around Baldur's Gate and people talking about when it came out and retrospectives and stuff. And it reminded me that the year 1998 was such a great fucking year.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. That's
Yeah.
the year we got
We
married.
got married, yeah.
It was a good fucking year, man.
We got
Baldur's
married.
Gate.
There weren't no kids for like 3 years.
Yeah.
It was
And
awesome.
then you got 99 fucking Matrix,
Before it was
Yeah.
trans.
Sopranos.
Sopranos. Damn, there's a bunch more than that I can't think of right now. I think Fight Club.
Saturday morning cartoons were still on.
Yeah. No, it was like a peak for good movies too, back
Yep.
in the late 90s.
Oh yeah, late nights had fucking. When we moved to Davis, I think Sixth Sense and yeah, definitely Fight Club, American Beauty.
Yeah.
Yeah, American Beauty.
Fuck man, okay. You know, it's
Fucking
funny.
98 was a great fucking year. 98, 99, and 2000 were all great years.
I'm such
See,
a
so you
fucking
got-
nerd.
Wow.
Pulling
Yeah,
up my-
Fight Club, American Pie, fucking Austin Powers, The Addams Family, with what's her name is Wednesday, Cruel
Yeah.
Intentions, Magnolia, Fargo.
Magnolia. That's one of your favorites, Matt.
10
Oh
Things I
God, I forgot Magnolia. God.
10 Things I Hate About You, fucking Big Lebowski, Waterboy, You've Got Mail, Office Space, Bowfinger, Half Baked, Basketball.
Basketball is underrated.
Holy shit.
It's such a good movie, dude.
Oh,
Those
You
these
haven't
are
hit a
all
dud
late,
yet.
These are all late 90s though. These are from 95 to 99.
I was gonna
the
say, I don't
first-
think
the
all
first
of them
were
came out in
99.
98.
No.
no, it's just late 90s was just a.
Austin
It's hard for me. I mean, we
Powers.
graduated high school and got married 3 years later. That's just a good time.
Yeah, Fight Club.
And we
American Pie.
We were one of those rare couples who behaved ourselves until we were married. So yeah, it's
So
like
we were
that-
watching lots
yeah.
of movies.
watching lots of movies
Hell
before
yeah.
we got married, and then I wasn't going to college because I'd work for 8 hours a day, and like, what the fuck am I going to school for? I need to get home.
Quote, watching a lot of movies, right?
Uh-huh.
No,
Might
he
have been
literally
watching a lot of
meant
movies
just
Said we
there.
were good, not perfect.
A lot of holes in the bottom of that fucking popcorn bucket. I'm just saying.
Come on, that is not
You get
practical
a-
at
I
all.
needed a
There's too
fucking
much butter involved.
landmark.
Fuck you.
Holy
God damn it, that was so
shit,
good.
dude.
I can't even.
That was very good, dude. What the fuck? Damn. I'm
Dirty
jealous of that.
work.
That was a good joke, man.
Oh,
She beat
fuck.
me to my popcorn kernel in the pee hole joke, and yeah, it's not even worth telling now. And I don't
Because
remember.
it won't even fit.
No. That's the
where I thought you were
opposite.
going.
It's the opposite problem.
Look, it was really cold. He'd just gotten out of the shower in the pool, okay?
I thought we were talking about. Oh, never mind.
It was the wrong angle.
I can't. I'm gonna slip up and say the name.
Oh, no.
Those were some of the
Yeah.
best leaked messages I've ever read.
Yeah.
Oh god. Those are some of the ones
It's
when I
an
laughed at
endless-
him. Like TPP was horrified. How could Mr. Vickers laugh at this guy? Because that's fucking hilarious.
That's insanely funny. That's kind of what I was getting at earlier. It's like you can't help but marvel at the stupidity and the unctuousness and like just bravado for a pretend world. You know, it's like it's amazing, man.
I recently learned that PPP is actually younger than me, which is
He's young as fuck. He's only like 20 something.
Yeah, I haven't confirmed, but my understanding is like 24, 25.
Yeah, that's what I'm
100
understanding.
pounds. I mean,
Pete, are you talking
years
about?
People like him don't understand.
oh
like,
shit, 7 came out in 95. That was a good one.
What's in the box?
yeah 7.
What's in the
Well,
box?
yeah, for sure. The '90s, like as a decade, is probably the best decade for movies specifically. As far as like media is concerned, they were some of the best movies in existence.
80s and
Obviously,
90s.
there's so many good before, and there's some good after, although far less. But
Oh, South Park movie made it in 1999.
yeah, South
There you go.
bigger, longer, and uncut, baby.
Yep.
Hey, Satan. How'd you fuck me in the ass? Let me fuck you in the ass, buddy.
Well, guys, I know you're making me enjoyable. I really mean it.
That's kind of wild because I actually brought up. I think I brought up South Park on the episode of the Vickers
Yeah,
show
you
that I
did.
did.
You
I
did.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's actually it stands up. I heard a bunch of my friends.
You were talking about Token too for some reason.
Oh, yeah. Well, because they just made that's why, because they had just done their newest season, which they only did like 4 or 5 episodes of for some reason. But the arc right from the beginning is that everyone's been calling Token,
Yeah,
but
it's not his name.
his name is Tolkien, like J.R.R. Tolkien, because his dad is a huge fan of J.R.R. Tolkien. So like for the last 20 fucking years, everyone's been calling him Token, like the token black character, as like a sign of racism because they never cared to learn his actual name. That's good, and it made me rewatch some of the shit that I skipped
That's
over.
fucking hilarious.
It's so funny, dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's-
Tombstone was 93. God, that's another good one.
Fuck yeah. I'll be your
Exactly.
Huckleberry.
Tommy Boy 99.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
Oh, Richard, I'm so happy. Hold
But
me.
I have so many of these on my iTunes library because my 14-year-old's like the only other like hardcore, like Faith likes movies, but she's wrapped up in like horror, and with nothing wrong with that. That's my fault. But my 14-year-old he wants to just see a good fucking movie, and oh nope, that Unbreakable is good. 2000, it's close enough.
Yeah, Unbreakable is actually super underrated.
Yeah, it's a fantastic.
Sam
movie.
sees himself as a black man in that movie.
Fuck you, no. I'm not.
He's
that
got the
crip-
dick for it. I can tell you
I'm
that.
not that crippled. I'm also not going to plan multiple terrorist attacks.
Just saying, both y'all
across
same as Sam.
I think the
Both
original
made of
X-Men was 99, I think.
It had to have been around there
Uh,
because I remember getting that on VHS for Christmas, and it was one of those VHSs where they would put special features like you would normally get on a DVD at the end of the credits.
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck!
Or like special
fact.
menu options. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fast forward. Oh shit, Sixth Sense was 99. That was later than I thought.
See, you just keep there's so many. There's so many, dude.
All I know is what the fuck happened. We had it so good, and then it all went so wrong.
Hold on, I have to give a special shout out to by far the best portrayal of a mentally retarded person ever on film by Leonardo DiCaprio in What's Eating Gilbert Grape. As a young boy, that has to be in the 90s too. Let me check. You guys know that movie, right?
Yep.
Have you ever seen it?
Never watched it.
It's been a long
It's-
time.
Yeah, a long time.
It's very
Heard of
compelling.
it, never watched it. So now that I know that we were all around in the 90s and everything, I can make this entire fucking group have a
93.
fucking meltdown
Yeah.
Holy
with one
is-
quote.
shit!
If you
Yeah,
I
Depp
suggest
still looks
it.
young in that movie.
It's a fucking. It's not like a heartwarming movie, but it is a very good. It's a good movie. Like the
I
acting.
could tell when you said it was compelling, because that's what people say when it's like, "Oh, this
Shut up.
movie's probably not a fun watch."
Shut up.
Dig in.
Yeah, well, like their mom is like morbidly fucking obese and can't move around, and Gilbert is Johnny Depp, and their mom is she's like fucking she's one of the like 800 goddamn pounds, like a circus freak type, and the little brother is retarded, you know, and climbs water towers and gets into all sort of mischief. But it's Leonardo DiCaprio, and he does an incredible. I can't even. It's really. It's compelling. It's a compelling performance by everybody, but specifically DiCaprio. Anybody that's the whole meme with what's his fucking don't go full retard.
Yeah,
that whole
Tropic
thing.
Thunder.
Yeah, you never go full retard because nobody can play a retard. Like you don't do that because you just come off fucking offensive, even though he's full black. He's full blackface. But yeah, that's like the whole point. You don't do that. But there's been several people try. I Am Sam is a fucking abomination. Or not I Am Sam. What's that fucking
Sam I Am.
Or is it Sam I Am? Whatever.
I think that
No.
is how it goes.
Yeah, you're talking about what's his name who just gave Zelensky.
Yeah.
his fucking Oscar,
That
you know?
guy. Yeah. And
John
that's
Penn,
that is offensive.
Yeah, I think it's Sam I Am.
Damn. I am
Oh, I Am Sam.
Yeah,
It's
Sam I
Sam.
Am is Dr. Seuss, honey.
I was
I don't know how you got confused.
I was right. Okay, good. But
Shout
yeah,
out to that movie is Dr.
but yeah,
Seuss level.
he's a mental retard that fucking impregnates a homeless woman and then raises a daughter. And
You have
like, the
esoteric
court-
tastes in films. Just so
well,
you know.
I know this just from other various things that I consume too. That I'm basically just regurgitating the analysis of. But yeah, it's offensive. There's a lot of that. Is my point.
Shout out to Dirty Work, that came out in '98. That had Norm Macdonald and Artie Lang in it.
Yeah.
Norm Macdonald made that movie, right?
Yeah.
I was
I
like,
think
he
we
wrote
saw
that?
that in the theater.
Norm
we did.
Macdonald and Bob Saget made.
Well, that was about the time that Norm Macdonald actually performed at my college.
That was the first stand-up comedian I ever saw live. Yeah, it was Norm
Yep.
Macdonald. Fucking amazing.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome. It's one of those things I look back on and it's like
I don't
I'm not
know
sure
how. I don't know how
appreciated
because it
how
was.
awesome
Yeah,
at
it
the
was just.
time.
It was just CSU San Bernardino.
Yeah.
And it's not a huge school. And I mean, this is like when he was at the height of his SNL popularity. They managed to get him.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
God, I
The
miss
first
him, dude.
comedian I ever saw live was just some random drunk regurgitating Dane Cook jokes at open mic.
Nah.
But the good news to that is after that I got to go up on stage and fucking killed.
Nice.
I bet. I believe that.
I did pretty good. I did pretty good.
This is a second. We don't go to a lot of live shows because the only other comedian I could think of that we've seen live was Stephen Wright like 4 or 5 years ago, who also killed it. He said retard and 2 people booed, and he just was like, "Oh, that's not allowed anymore." I don't care. I'm gonna say it. Fuck you. All right.
I saw Pauly Shore as the only comedian I ever saw live, and this was in 2009, right? And everybody was just like, "Do the weasel," right? This is Pauly Shore. And you're just like, "Do the weasel," and he refused to do it, and he kept getting mad and screaming at the audience, and I don't know, it was at a campground at a festival. So like everybody starts throwing shit at him, right?
Oh
And he's like not hitting him, but like throwing trash and stuff. And he said, "If you throw one more thing, I'm out of here." And I had this moment, right? where I looked up at him. I was like 20 feet away, and I looked down at the can in my hand that I had just finished drinking, and then I looked back up at Pauly Shore being a dick, and I looked like I did this twice, and I was just like, "Fuck it!" I threw it. I hit him right in the forehead,
Fuck yeah, dude.
and then he just ran off. And like maybe that makes me an asshole, but everybody cheers.
Nah.
See,
Well, right,
see, they
you
were
know?
right. You're me, and I'm you. Ha ha.
Participation. Look,
I apologize to Pauly Shore because I'm sure he's listening right now.
He's a big,
I
he's
saw
a
him in
big
the
fan
chat
of
earlier.
the Whitfield
But-
report.
But he should have done the fucking weasel though. Like I hate that shit where celebrity, because I've met a bunch of celebrities that are like famous for like one specific thing, and I'm not that guy. But you got to know most people. There's always that guy that's like, do the thing you're famous for. And I
Right.
get that can be annoying, but it also pays your fucking bills, brother.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
people were shouting at Norm Macdonald to do Bob Dole.
As long as
And he seamlessly just rolled into Bob Dole likes cock, good American cock.
as long as they
But
do it fucking
in a
Yeah.
way that like he could
You're an
never do on
entertainer.
Saturday Night Live. So
Yeah.
he thought that he took it in the exact right direction.
You're an entertainer, motherfucker. The audience pays your bills. They're the ones that support you. You should.
because
I mean, obviously, there's a to a certain degree, but yeah, I mean, I could see how you could be sick of doing the weasel for fucking however many goddamn
yeah.
years.
like 30 years now, you know.
And
Yeah,
he couldn't
yeah.
have been making that much money either because there weren't that many
Exactly.
people there.
No.
I mean,
There was a lot of people there, but it was a festival, right? So he was just like, "Oh, we're gonna have comedians in the middle. It's a campground festival with bands and wrestling and all kinds of shit, right?" And he was just an attraction. They paid him to be there. They
Uh-huh.
probably paid him like 5 figures. There's like whoever shows up. There was probably a couple hundred people there, and like he's just bombing, and he doesn't want to do the weasel. And we're talking about '90s movies. He had a few bangers, right? That
Yeah.
are funny.
Yeah.
Biodome.
Whether he likes being the weasel,
Son-in-law.
the weasel's fucking funny, bro.
Holy fuck, Biodome.
Biodome. Oh God.
Yeah,
Shit's
that is
funny. Imagine
just
running
Criterion
away from
Collection
being
worthy.
in such a classic '90s comedy movie. It's like, yeah, you had a character, so what? Who fucking cares, man?
well. That's
Jury
right.
duty.
Yeah, you
One
gotta
thing if
have-
people were doing that, like, oh,
Look
he's
at
like
Genius
at a
Zane is on
restaurant.
IMDb right now, furiously looking up.
No, I'm
Pauly
actually
Shore
trying to.
movies.
I'm trying to remember all of them by name. There's Son-in-Law, Biodome, Jury Duty.
I like Son-in-Law.
What's
I
the
like Son-in-Law too.
Encino Man, bro. Come on.
Encino
Yeah.
Man.
Encino Man was good too.
Pauly Shore's dead. That's about all I got.
Fucking Weekend at Bernie's. Fucking
just-
Top Gun.
I had that moment of
Um,
clarity. Like, as funny as I thought this
Groundhog
dude's
Day.
movies were, I'm standing there. He's acting like a little bitch. And he said, if you throw one more thing, and I just saw his fucking stupid face and threw the
Yeah,
can
man.
at him.
Well, look, that's human nature. You know, if you're being an asshole and then you dare people to react more to you being an asshole,
Yeah.
it's just, you know, like it's funny because
I
it's
know
like
Is
somebody
that
else
how
like
that
that.
works?
it's sort
Is
of
that
a
how
real,
that works? Huh. Weird.
I don't- yeah, it does seem to be. But yeah, it's
What if you're an asshole and you're daring people to act out, but you also say that nothing is off limits? Is that how that works too?
yeah, I would imagine. I would imagine nothing's off limits at that point.
Oh shit!
But I
Hey,
think
guys,
Pauly
it is,
Shore,
uh,
Pauly Shore fell into like in that sort of situation where it's like it's this exact same thing that happens all across the fucking internet, where these people create a fucking niche for themselves, and then eventually they get big enough that outside criticism comes and they fucking collapse on themselves.
Yep.
And
Like a dying
this was just
star,
on
literally.
this was just on a stage. You know, he's doing it on a stage instead of in front of a camera with the thousands of dollars worth of production that these fucking retards spend making their, you know, Twitch channels and YouTube channels and shit. You know?
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway, sorry.
the other thing too with Pauly Shore though is like his mom, like owns
Is owner of the comedy club, comedy
Yeah.
store.
owns the comedy store, and so you know, I hate to I hate to use this because it's always a cliche, but you know, but nepotism and just
Oh yeah,
because,
no, of course. That's
Well,
always a thing, man.
that's what he's mad about.
Yeah.
To some degree, is like he wants to be known because he's been a part of comedy his whole life, and I can kind of understand that. But he has to understand in the heat of the moment at a festival full of people that are drunk and on drugs, and you're supposed to be
Yeah.
the midnight entertainment. And for me, it's even worse, right? Because I went to this festival with my now wife and my best friend, and we were sitting at a table with one of the bands because I used to do internet DJ shit in this circle of people, so I knew a lot of the bands, right? And I'm sitting
Yeah.
there, and they're like, "Hey, we could go to the VIP bonfire, let's go." And my wife and my best buddy didn't understand that meant where the bands were at, like fucking Ice Cube and like shit, like there was a lot of people there, and they were like, well, we wanted to see Pauly Shore. They planned the whole goddamn trip around Pauly Shore because they were like,
Right.
the Weasel.
Yeah.
So now I've given up going to hang out with like Vanilla Ice and Coolio to go fucking watch Pauly Shore do stand up, and he's bombing in front of me, and then starts being a little bitch. I don't care if you've been in comedy your entire life, motherfucker.
Right. Yeah.
Never
I don't
get
care
that-
if. Yeah. I
never
don't
get
care
that
if I
Coolio
fucking
chance
love
again
you.
now.
Yeah. I don't care if I don't care if I loved you up to that point. Like that's the shit that breaks people. You know what I mean?
Never
Like,
meet your heroes.
I've
Hey,
met.
gentlemen.
I've met one. Yeah. Go ahead.
Gentlemen,
Go ahead.
it is 10:30 our time, and I have to get Mrs. Vickers to a faraway dental appointment at like 7:30 a.m.
Oh fuck, I forgot.
Yeah. So
Squeak, squeak, squeak,
yeah.
squeak, squeak, squeak.
So we're gonna drop off, but it's been a gas, y'all.
Yeah,
Sammy,
thank you
thanks
guys.
for inviting
That was-
us.
It's
Thanks
actually
for
been very
hopping
fun.
on.
Fun.
Ms. Vickers, thanks for stealing the show as always.
And if I can plug, or if you guys want to plug, we're still on for Thursday.
No. Talked all the
Nope.
politics I want to talk now, motherfucker. Done.
Ooh.
No, I'm kidding. I'm
No.
kidding.
I'm sure we'll find something to talk about. God damn it.
No, we
Yeah.
will, because we're going to be able to talk about probably some results come Thursday if they, if we
Yeah,
figure
if they
out
ever
how the
get there.
most
No, they'll be-
technologically advanced country in the world can learn how to fucking
Yeah.
count.
Well, it'll take the longest in history this time because
Literally.
they got to figure out how to cheat.
They just have
Yeah.
one. They just have one dude in Pennsylvania, and he's the fucking count puppet from Sesame Street. So he's just Von.
One Fetterman.
Von. Von for Featherman.
My name is-
ah.
My name is Dylan. I can count to 14,403, and they gave me 15,000. And I only know that because they told me so, and I don't remember what I counted.
So yes, we are still on for Thursday, but we're gonna dip out, and I'll try to get Mrs. Vickers drunk real quick.
Later,
and,
nerds.
yeah. All right. See you
Love you
guys
guys.
later, man.
Safe.
Thanks.
See
Well,
you.
Later.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, good night, as Fetterman once said.
Yeah, I love how as soon as we all sign off, I guarantee you at 3 in the
They're
morning.
gonna call it.
Yeah.
They're gonna dump all them fucking ballots right now. Fetterman has got a 2-point lead on Oz.
You guys don't know the old story of the ballot fairies? They come on election night, and they bring ballots for good little boys and girls,
I'm
but
watching
only
this,
after you've gone to sleep.
They
Well,
come, yeah, I hear they come on the Indiana Jones theme music too, or something akin. That's what people equate it to. Something very triumphant, flying through the night, like a thunder, off to the ballot boxes.
I'm watching
something-
the Senate race in Georgia, and it's like less than 0.02% difference, with 97% pointing in.
They're gonna roll in and save democracy. You watch.
Oh yeah.
Those ballot
Dude,
fairies.
I hope Illinois gets fully surrounded by red, thick,
Got to keep those
wise.
elections fortified.
and we just take it because that state should not exist anymore.
Well,
At least the people there.
well, the Chicago machine will always make sure that Illinois remains blue.
Yeah, it's insane. It literally makes me feel like a crazy person. That's why I don't pay attention to politics really, because when I look into it, I'm like, I'm not smart enough to make other people understand, but I see what I see, and
I know your struggle. Can I give you
Yeah,
some
I know
advice?
yeah, please.
One, you're doing the right thing because you deal with what you can like do in your own personal life, right? So it kind of doesn't matter to watch it as closely as people do.
Sure.
And two, um, if you can laugh at the fucking state of it, you fucking fare a lot better.
That's kind of my baseline though. I guess what gets me worked up is like actually looking and trying to figure it out, because laughing does become exhausting too. And you're like, well, wait a minute, what
Politico
the
is
fuck?
called Fetterman for Pennsylvania.
I said that
Shocker.
like 30 minutes ago, didn't I?
Oh,
Oh no,
huh.
Politico.
Yeah, you said
Yeah.
some other site.
NBC, I think.
No, it's like because I got a kid, right? So that puts me in a position to have to think about a lot that's going on that maybe somebody that doesn't have a kid wouldn't. And so that's scary having a kid right now, just for many reasons.
Yeah.
And the politics kind of trickles down to them all. But in the meta, uh, I know that I was a lot better off for the 4 years under the last president than I have been in the 2 years under this president.
Yeah.
And I know most
Yeah.
other people feel the same fucking way.
But
Yeah. I saw some exit polls earlier that like fucking like 75% of people in America
yeah,
don't
the
feel
CNN
safe
poll.
or satisfied. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
They're not
it's
happy
not,
and they don't feel safe.
and that's
Nobody's
that's
comfortable
not
right
something you can control, obviously. So it's
now.
like,
Sure.
but the thing is I've been pushing the same kind of populist message because I come from blue collar background myself, and I look at things through the working class view of a lot of stuff because that's my roots. And they're hard to wake up, but one thing was the economy, and the other thing is fucking with their kids.
yeah, well,
Those two things, and
Yeah.
crime, but that's related to the economy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Not always, but yeah.
I'll tell you what, Max. Like there were, I have a friend whose family were like they were all dyed in the wool Democrats initially, up until the left started with this whole tranny shit with kids and whatnot. Because I mean, and then
Even the CRT stuff and everything else, or even just
yeah,
some of the weird behaviors of teachers, or the pushiness of them, or even because like okay, you could do libs of TikTok, but it's deeper than that for average families. And I know I live around nothing but families, my age with kids, right? That's
sure,
the place I live at. So all I know is they're all fed up with the regular bullshit around COVID. And masking their children, and they stopped school for a fucking year, right?
yeah,
And now Joe Biden and Democrats are saying that never happened, and
Yeah.
that's not making these people happy because their kid lost a year of fucking education for some bullshit. And now that like everybody's kind of blasé about COVID walking around, whether you got a vaccine or not, nobody fucking cares anymore except people that it's like a status symbol for them. They'll wear a mask or whatever. But like most people don't care, right? And so they realized that this was a year wasted of my child's education. And then you brought them back and you forced them all to wear masks. Well, parents with young children, this is a problem developmentally.
Not to mention the vaccine that everyone was promised was entirely safe and effective after being brewed up. Yeah, I mean, I heard you guys talking about this earlier. The polio, comparing it to the polio vaccine that has like 80 fucking years or whatever
Yeah.
of, proof.
And then they're telling you have to fucking take it. You have to fucking take it to keep a job. That affects,
Yep.
like the
You got to take it to go to school. In some
kitchen
cases.
table people notice this shit, and this is why they didn't wake up before. When you see things get really bad, it really has to hit home for most people. It has to be unavoidable. And the thing about the left, part of, like I said, they read like Rules for Radicals and things like that. Part of it is making these people uncomfortable, right? But that's why they always fail. And this is the one lesson. If you look at his history of every type of takeover from like leftist authoritarian regimes. It's the same thing. They eventually overstep in the normies fuck them up.
Yeah.
And you won't be like, if you're the one that notices, you won't be on that front line, right?
Yeah.
Because they already stepped over your boundary a long time ago and you get kind of jaded. But when they step on these people's kids, you see people going to these student council meetings, they're going to the parent teacher conferences, they're going to school boards, they're going to goddamn town councils, they're running for office, all because you're pushing all this weird shit on their kids, and they just want their kid to get a good education. People maybe don't always show it in the best way possible in modernity, but they do want the best for their kids by and large.
Well, you know what? They're not all media trained, man. They're real fucking people, and that's the thing.
Exactly. Life is messy for real
it's
people.
messy as shit. And these people are in mothers, fathers. I mean, you become an animal if you have to. And if when it comes to their education, you've also got to, you can't just fucking take them out of school. You've got a house and a mortgage to pay, a fucking, food to buy, all the other things,
The best you can do is make a couple hours a week to run to the PTA and yell at them, and then they'll just end the meeting and say you made them feel unsafe.
Yeah, exactly. They'll start crying.
This is the state of a lot of parents' fucking engagement with the school. And you get one of two results from that. You get the parents that are always there yelling and treated like shit and get looked down upon like they're like back in the day, we used to have schizos that would go to town hall and give their schizo speech about how the fucking aliens abducted them or whatever, right? Now it's angry parents getting treated like that when they're venting just the most basic concerns like, hey, you're masking my kids. I think that might inhibit their ability to learn how to vocalize words, because seeing people's mouths helps with that, because they're masking fucking preschoolers, or they were.
Yeah.
Dude, I literally, I mean, at the very beginning of this shit,
for the better part of a year.
Yeah, at the very beginning of this shit, my main complaint.
And you're not allowed to go share your grievance about that. You're not allowed to go say anything.
Yeah. That was my main complaint, was we as humans communicate mostly by body language and expressions on the face. The words coming out of our mouth differ across the world, but body language and facial expressions, the movements of your mouth and your eyes. I mean, your eyes are not covered by a mask, but it's important. It's an important part of communication to cover that part of a human being, especially under false pretenses. And I that's the thing that bothered me the most from the beginning. Like, you can't make people do that, and not only make them, but fear for their life as a reason to do so. Like, it's not a choice. Like, you have to
fear for their children's life on top of that, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and future everybody, anybody that if you didn't pay enough attention, and look, some of the people that are still alive anyway, that I love most in the world, are in this category, that believe wholeheartedly that they were doing the best,
the right thing.
They were thinking the butterfly effect. Well, what if I blah blah blah? I work in retail. I talk to people all the time. I work with people. I have to be responsible for myself. Like, holy.
And this is what I meant earlier when I was talking about a lot of the anti-vaxxers kind of need to chill, because a lot of these people weren't the type to say, I want you to be mandated. They were the type saying, I'm doing my part to help. And so, okay,
right.
You disagree that it was helpful, but they didn't mean to hurt you. Anti-vax, anti-mask, crazy, aficionado. Like the average, like I said, 80% of Republicans got the vax. Those are the fucking numbers that I've seen multiple times repeated, or the majority of them in some polls. But it's always
they're all
Republicans
sheep.
got the vaccine. And
the people that are going
to can't just pretend like that's not real, or that they have a monopoly on this kind of thought. And like I think the line in the sand should be: were you for forcing people to take the vaccine? Because I
Yeah.
never was ever, and never would be.
Well,
no, of
and
course.
well, and also, I mean, the thing it is now is like I'm not up until COVID. Like I still want to consider myself an anti-vaxxer. You know, by and large, like I have my polio vaccine. I have, like I have all the vaccines that you're supposed to get as like a, as like a small child or an
Right.
infant, right?
Well,
But now the definition of anti-vaxxer is you're simply against the COVID, vaccine mandate. That's literally what it's shifted to.
Yeah, and it's funny because it's against the mandate specifically, right? So me, who went and took the vaccine and just thinks people should be able to choose, they put me in the category of anti-vaxxer too. Like
Yeah.
and that's the thing. I'm in the boat with other people, and we all agree. We all agree that nobody should be forced, but I can't. It's an endless tirade of people telling me, "Oh, you did wrong. You're gonna die," and all this silly shit. And it's like, no, I made my own personal medical decision based on stuff I got going on, and I encourage you to do the same. And any measure to try and force you to take this medical treatment, I would oppose wholeheartedly. I'd be right there with you.
Yeah,
Because that's
absolutely.
stupid. And especially on the children, right? Like I did not have my son vaxxed yet because it's not mandated, so I don't see any reason that it's needed. I'm
Well,
pretty
and then
sure we all got COVID anyway, but it was before testing was. It was like right when everything fucking went to shit. We got sick for a couple days, but there was nowhere to go get tested.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got COVID like back in June, and like basically what happened with me was I just like slept nonstop for like
Yeah.
3 or 4 days, and then like I felt like a little sore. But, like
yeah,
other than that, like I
the
was
fact
okay.
the fact of the matter is, it is a flu virus,
Yeah.
and it will behave like every other flu virus. There's a reason there's a flu vaccine, because it mutates. There's a bunch of them, and they all pretty well behave the same. Some of them are worse. This one was not nearly as bad. And that's, I mean, we're
Right.
talking about, turning normies. They talked about, I mean, Joe Biden was on TV multiple times telling all the old people that were watching that, last winter was going to be the winter of death for Americans. A lot of people were going to die, and nothing really changed,
Right.
Yeah.
and
Well,
as
no,
far as,
No, there's
everything changed, but it was all premised on the bullshit that they sold, right? Because then it's like, oh, you can have riots, and George Floyd can have golden casket funerals. The same
Right.
month, by the way, that I buried my father-in-law, and we weren't allowed to have a funeral.
yeah.
yeah.
He didn't die from COVID either. He had pre-existing problems, unrelated.
Yeah, no, that was the other thing that like made me really suspicious what of all this stuff was like I have a family friend whose like dad unfortunately died of brain cancer, and they were terminal, and they were terminal before COVID was even a thing. But when the guy actually died, I guess his cause of death was listed as COVID, even though
Yeah.
it was, succumbing to cancer. And when I heard that, I was like, what? Everyone thought it was a clerical error. But then you started hearing, about them doing that more and more, and it was for money so the hospitals could get more money in. I'm like, okay, yeah. Again, with
Yeah,
the
it's the
it,
bureaucracy once again,
yeah,
right? Playing bullshit. We're gonna get more money for our department, so it doesn't fucking matter to you. You're never gonna check. We had heard that they were doing that, and we made sure that that wasn't the case for his certificate. But then it was like we could only have 5 people at the gravesite, including the minister. And so I acted as the minister because legally, I guess I'm an ordained minister. So like yeah, I was pretty pissed off to see golden casket, massive fucking parade for like a drug addict that mugs people his whole life and then
Yeah,
gets
yeah,
killed by
Yeah.
the cops.
yeah, for a complete rando too.
Yeah, but to be fair, do you guys remember when the lightning struck the mural, the George Floyd mural in wasn't it this what city was that? It was shortly after. It there was like a huge mural on a brick wall and literally it got struck by lightning. I think it was in
Oh,
the same
oh
city.
yeah, yeah. That was like in Baltimore or something, wasn't it?
I'm not sure. And there's my phone. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. I don't know what my point for bringing that up was, but
Yeah, like the effect that shit had on regular people too is it's not discounted, and you don't hear a lot of people like this country still fucking hurts from COVID. That's for sure.
Oh
For
Toledo,
yeah.
many
that shit
different
was,
reasons. The least of which is the goddamn virus itself.
yeah.
Well, now like companies are like they're still trying to use COVID as the excuse for there are going to be shipping delays for the holidays because of COVID, and it's like no, that's not the reason why. The reason why is because the economy is in the shitter right now.
But because the I know like this is where I'll differ from a lot of like hardcore libertarian Austrian econ guys, but it's because the answer to inflation in the system that we have, not in like the hypothetical system that people wish would exist, is supply side, just flooding the market with goods to drive down
Yeah.
inflation.
Let people make
Uh,
shit, man.
but they're doing
Yeah.
the opposite of that, and that's how you know like this is not an accident.
And yeah, no, like from the get go, right, of this particular presidency. I
Yeah.
mean, they started shutting
First thing
down
was cut the
pipeline.
fucking
Yeah.
pipeline,
Yep.
right? That's so like I don't know, like you're not gonna get out of this economically until there's some type of change in the regime
Yeah.
because they're not into the idea of countering inflation with goods. And I don't really like from an economics perspective, if you ask people that study this as like a fucking science, uh there's not really another answer to the inflation problem without like just starting from zero, basically like destroying your currency and starting a new one, like which usually comes with a regime change. But usually it's a bloody one at that point.
Yeah. That's kind of what
Well,
I was. Yeah, I'm glad you got there because that's kind of what I was thinking.
But if you wanted to like do it like the normal way that's allotted for by our kind of hybrid Federal Reserve system, it would be to make a lot of shit, produce a lot of oil, start selling things to other fucking countries, and internally, domestically as well. And that offsets because the goods are plentiful. The fucking value of the dollar offsets, and everything's good. This is like basic econ that they should all know, but they don't seem to care.
Yeah. Ah, well. Oh shit. Well, fellas, I might have to dip.
yeah.
I'll tell you what though. Let me pitch something to you guys here in the chat. You guys see from Iowa down to Louisiana, and then including Kansas and Oklahoma as like a boot. Look, okay, you got a head, chest, thigh, feet in Iowa. I'm sorry, Iowa. Whatever the fuck. I can't. It's too blurry. I can't even. My geography's fucked up. And then Arkansas and Louisiana. What the fuck is above Arkansas there, guys? Sam, what is that?
Missouri.
Missouri.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, that didn't matter, Sam. I just can't. Anyway, so that's like a body, and then Kansas, Oklahoma as like a booty, and then out in front you got Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio there as like a like arm out holding something, and they're going to be pouring red out onto the rest of the country down to Florida. That's just maybe it's the little bit of mushroom chocolate I ate earlier, but that's just what I see right now.
Amazing.
Incredible stuff,
Yeah.
right? Very inspiring.
Very provoking.
Indeed.
Well,
See, you thought it was his arm. I thought it was his dick.
Oh, dude, no, his dick. That's even better. He needs his hat though, up there, Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota, get on
His little
that.
chef hat. His little chef hat.
Those 3 a.m. ballots better be red, Minnesota.
That's what I'm saying, man. If we get that little spike we got in 2022 on 2020 in the opposite direction, or opposite color, whatever.
yeah.
Fuck, dude. I think I'm gonna go to bed, guys. I drank tonight. I don't. I'm trying not to drink lately, and you know what? I also smoked too much weed, and I'm tired, and I worked today. And
My plan was to drink tonight, but then I went and did something stupid like getting sick. So now I'm on meds that I'd literally die if I drink. So
nah, you know what you would do is get really fucked up. You on antibiotics?
no, I'm on fucking Mucinex, man. It'd fucking kill me.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm already dehydrated as fuck. Like I'm drinking like a goddamn fish.
They don't fucking come on, man. You're smarter than that. Fish don't drink, do they? I mean,
They drink and breathe.
They breathe through the water, but I don't.
Look, I've only watched Kevin Costner in Waterworld, but as an expert, I would say that they also have to drink.
Yeah, I would assume that they consume liquid.
But just to be sure, next time I see Akaba, I'll have him go test it. I'll tell him to swim underwater with his mouth open and ask him if he drinks or breathes.
Yeah, I'm sure. Hold on, I'm sure he's got an anime waifu or two that he's got intimate, information of their biology and how they fucking work. Fucking
yeah.
All right, I'm going to bed, guys. Good night, chat. Good night, panel. Sammy, as always, thank you for having me. Max, it's nice to talk to you as well.
Back.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yes. Good night, fellas.
Night.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm hoping the rest of this thing goes red here fairly quickly. It's like it's taken forever.
Yeah, I think we're literally gonna be getting like 3 a.m. fucking ballot dumps at this point.
They just gotta make sure it's fortified. That's
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, the Senate is hinged on Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia, which is kind of a coincidence because I just seem to remember they were the ones that were the problem in 2020 as well.
Huh? Yeah. You
Weird how that fucking works.
It's weird how I'm seeing reports of ballot tampering in Maricopa County again.
Oh wow, that sounds familiar. Are you sure you didn't just click on an article that was old from 2020?
I mean, I might have, but strangely enough, it had today's date on it and everything.
But Razorfist said that they fixed that problem. Which, by the way, if the current numbers hold, Razorfist is going to be one pissed off motherfucker in the morning. Because all of his shit is wrong if it holds like it is now.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
not really. I mean, it looks pretty obviously like they're gonna take the House and the Senate's gonna be a nail biter. That's about what I expected.
I was hoping for a bigger lead on the Senate, but I didn't think Fetterman could fucking win.
I actually thought he could, but that's because I hate to say it, but Philadelphia is,
retarded.
it's it's mainly filling the cities again. Like, yeah, the people live in big like urban areas are most retarded when it comes to politics.
Urban areas would vote for a ham sandwich if it had a D on it.
No, they literally would. Like, you always hear about the Democrats being called yellow dog Democrats, and that's because they would literally vote for a yellow dog
Yeah.
if had a D next to it. The Republicans are like too divided.
Well, it's
Have a
because
concern.
the conservative movement is still like we're a little bit more divided. It's a little bit more divided than the left, because the left is all basically communist socialists, which is very, very similar for all intents and
Yeah,
purposes. With the right, conservatism, you have everything from the nuclear family to the religious right to the hardcore capitalists and shit like that, and your fucking Bill O'Reillys, and those groups don't actually fucking shake hands a whole lot as much as you would think.
no, but then you also have like but then you also have like atheist conservatives too, and like you know
And they're
people
actually the rare ones too. Most of the atheist community are fucking whiny fucking liberals.
Oh yeah. No, I know that.
In most, like in most things, though, I'm a fucking exception to that rule as well. My ideology is I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, my ideology is try to pin me down to one party because I will contradict you out of spite.
Man, I made fun of the Tea Party just as much as I do the left, and that's just the way I am.
Oh, I made fun of. I mean, I made fun of some of the MAGA, stuff like
The Christians for Trump are still funny. I don't give a fuck who you are. The Christians for Trump are still funny.
I mean, I have to admit one of my guilty pleasures is watching Baked Alaska's We Love Our Cops video, just because
We
it's
love our cops and law enforcement. They're important. I'm gonna squeal to the piggies and glow in the dark now. My fans are gonna swat the judge. Yeah, that's smart. Me and my cellmate gonna squeal into the night like hogs that we are. Gonna give all my fans' data to the federal government, so I don't have to worry about dropping the soap.
the funniest thing from the Medicare versus Nick debate was when Nick was like, "Yeah, all I don't have baked, killed in prison if he squeals, and irony, bro. Like, I get he might have been trying to do that, but I wouldn't be saying that if you're under federal investigation, like
It gives an alibi to somebody that really doesn't like baked Alaska. Like, oh yeah, I just gotta leave clues that it was a dude in a trash bag with a bunch of fucking Timberlands in his closet that did this. Being a criminal was base, guys. Base and red-pilled.
Well, it's
And
like
on that totally random reference that totally doesn't correlate to anyone, I am probably calling a night, gentlemen. It has been fun. Always a pleasure, sir.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Max. You're
gonna leave me to end the show with Sam?
That's right.
God damn you. I knew I should have jumped out earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if we'll be on because I don't think I'm actually gonna wait until 3 a.m. to,
Oh, thank God.
No, I'm not I might be cruel, but I'm not a sadist. I'm
I
not.
was just say, we all know how this ends because I was the one that had to put you to bed last night too. Or the other night, we went fucking forever.
Yeah, yeah. No, we did.
Sung a Akabub happy birthday like 7 times. It was great.
Yeah, we did. And now we sang him happy birthday tonight too. And
he said, "Go get that and clip it."
yeah, but
I'm gonna tell you where it's at though. That's part of the fun.
mm-hmm. But yeah, no, I think we are gonna call this a night. And you know, the ballot fairies will be showing up at 3 a.m. So
I think the ballot fairies have already been dumping some.
yeah, well, unlike Santa who travels in one night, it takes the ballot fairies, you know, more than that, you know, to do their magic, I guess. So
Yeah.
but anyway, I guess we'll close this down. So thanks for you know, joining Genius and Max and everyone else. And I guess I'll be on Vickers show on Thursday, and then I guess we'll talk about this shit again on Saturday. So
Yeah,
thanks
I'll
for.
be on Vickers as well Thursday.
Oh yeah, that should be fun. So, but yeah, I guess Razorfist and Cernovich were wrong about the red wave, and you know, I this is why I don't do predictions about shit anymore, because I never get
I'm not
it
gonna be
right.
wrong. It's still gonna be a red wave. It's just not gonna be like a fucking tsunami like I was hoping for.
Yeah. Oh no, I never thought it was gonna be a tsunami.
I was hoping for it.
Yeah, I was hoping for one too. I'm happy because Florida went red, but that's not really a surprise.
Yeah.
So although those fuckers in Miami did try and, you know, steal the ballot fairies did fail in Florida because the cops actually did their job.
All the right really needs is 51 senators. That's all they fucking need.
Yeah.
They just need the simple fucking majority to lame duck the next 2 years. It's looking like they're going to scoop up the House pretty handily. And that's all they need. I mean, it's not like they're going to be able to do anything with the Biden administration in there anyway. Like, you can't fucking work with that or around it. So
no, just gridlock it. That's the best bet.
That's always the best bet.
Yeah, and that's what Elon was saying. Oh, Elon's trying to influence the election and mess with the country. Now he wants gridlock, motherfuckers. And to be honest,
I was just wanting a blowout from the Republicans. I thought that would be fucking funny. Like losing Twitter and then losing this would be fucking hilarious to watch the left just fucking absolutely melt the fuck down.
Oh well, they're still gonna melt down this week. I guarantee.
Oh yeah.
That. I guarantee you that. But alrighty, well, enough. I guess we'll have to see how this whole thing wraps up on Thursdays. Until then, thanks for watching, everyone, and I'll talk to y'all down the road.
Peace.
Peace. Now, alrighty, and yeah.
Thanks for listening to The Whitfield Report on the NGC Network. Please visit Sam's website at www.thesamwhitfield.com and support Sam on Patreon at patreon.com/Whitfield Report. Until next time, God bless, God save this great nation, and God, freedom, legacy, in that order.